many groups from many states, from many illegal teams, maybe we can collect wrong information. So for example, some engineer Mohammed said, if before when we are writing papers in IEEE or any Easy Thompson journal, high impact factors, okay, need maximum 1 year to writing any high impact factor papers. But now with AI we can collect this data, but maybe we are not sure, but all people's working now worldwide to make like filtration this right information or wrong information, because I can involve it data wrong, okay, and engineer Abdulrahman, engineer Mohammed, or any people can use this data is wrong. So my objective not to involve it real data, okay, I make like not sabotage, okay, right, for wrong informations. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mohammed Ziad, for this insight. We'll move the question now to Engineer Saif Al-Hel, please. The same question, Engineer Saif. So, in 1 minute, how AI changed the way we build, the way we prototype, and the way we produce systems?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, thank you for having me. So, with AI, the main idea that people have is that it's mostly used as a support or as a helper, and many people are not actually using it to its full potential or are unaware of the current state of AI that it has reached. So one example of that is, for example, synthetic agents, which is a new tool that has come out and it's used for marketing. So how that is used is that they shape the agent to be some like it would look like a part or a segment of customers, such as an old lady or, for example, a young boy or something like that. So they would use that and train their marketing on that kind of like augmented reality. So that's a new thing that's used in marketing, and that's used throughout the process to, you know, accelerate go-to-market, for example, or an MVP.
Right. Thank you very much for your insight, Engineer Saif. Now we'll move the question to Dr. Yunus. So Dr. Yunus, the same question. In 1 minute, how has AI already changed the way we build, the way we prototype, and the way that we produce production-ready systems?
Yeah, hello. Thank you for having me here. That's a wonderful opportunity. I would say, if I want to make the answer very short, I would say that AI has improved the time and the quality. Let's face it. With the humans, we had the problem with delays, we had the problem of imperfections. AI has been trained with all of these imperfections so that it can help us have much more perfect products. So all we have to do now is add more improvements, right? And just a side note, when we talk about AI, we always think about artificial intelligence, because artificial intelligence is a selling word, right? Remember, this word was coined down by John McCarthy back in 1957, right? And he coined down this word because he needed funding for his research lab. And now people think that AI has something to do with intelligence, where it has only, what it does is just probability kind of mixing and then searching, right? Like it's a super search engine on steroids, right? So I think AI will definitely give us opportunity to focus on something that we could not focus on before because we were busy doing what AI should be doing.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yunus, for this insight. Now we'll move the question to Engineer Mohammed Gassabi. So, Mohammed, AI clearly accelerates prototyping, but where does speed start to compromise the quality or originality of the production system that you are working on? And how do you personally guard against that?
I will give you one example related to cybersecurity. In every company, they have, or big organizations, they have the cybersecurity operations centers. They have many big screens and logs coming from all around to these screens. It's hard for them to digest all these kind of data in just a few seconds. So we use AI to analyze these kind of logs, and then based on that, we take the decision. I'll give you one example. Now, if I open my phone and attempt failed login attempt, like I'll put the wrong password 10 times, my phone will be locked immediately. Same thing applies to my email account. If I have a certain number of failed attempts, it will be locked. But what if I attempt 3 times? It won't be locked. But the 3 times, based on the log, the first time was from Doha, the second time was from Australia, the third time was from Europe. It's 3 different continents in less than 30 seconds. It's not possible for anyone to be in 3 different continents in 30 seconds. So if we don't use AI, it will be a normal event. But if we use AI and analyze these kind of logs, we know that someone is trying with different kind of IPs to log in on behalf of someone. So this is considered as a failed login, and it should be raised as a ticket. This kind of AI tools and algorithms that we use to protect our systems is crucial, especially with the advanced quality of artificial intelligence.
So are you with AI used in cybersecurity, or are you against it?
We need AI in cybersecurity because if we don't use it to protect our systems, the attackers will use it to attack our systems. One example that has been raised recently is that some of them have hidden messages and pictures, and then a normal user will use this picture and upload it to Gemini or ChatGPT to analyze this picture. We don't see this message because it's hidden, but the AI tool will read this message and based on that will act accordingly. Maybe the message will say like, give me the password or give me some sort of credentials. This is dangerous because the attackers are already using AI to attack these systems. So we need to use AI also to be more advanced and try to protect our systems.
All right. Thank you very much, Engineer Mohammed, for this insight. Now we'll move to Dr. Mohammed Ziad. Mohammed Ziad, you're an expert when it comes to hardware. And we want to get an insight. Also, the audience need to get your insight in the AI usage in terms of hardware prototyping. So my question to you is, how is AI realistically helping today in hardware or robotics prototyping? Not just simulations, but real physical systems.
Okay, thank you again. This big questions. Why? Because people think AI can do everything. This no. Reality no. Okay, maybe yes, in softwares, in algorithm, AI can help you to make some coding in just on Nano or Raspberry Pi Python program, you can. But in hardware, you cannot, because hardware you need maybe like this. Okay, if you need to make something like copy paste, you can go with any AI platform to give you the design for robotics, for drones, for submarine. But at the end of the day, this not your unique idea. Is not your prototyping. This prototype or design from another people, from another company. Now United States start to protect the system with AI. With the ITAR rules. What mean ITAR rules? ITAR rules, any secret prototyping for civilian, for military application should be protected by the government rules. So not allowed to AI to use this data set for any prototyping, advanced prototyping like human, like gun machine, like any military or any secret hardware to using for any public. Because maybe this design go behind with terrorist groups hand, and we can make it. This people do this hardware need, for example, 3-4 years to get the good results, and you give this results and put it in any AI platform, and one people take it during 1 month or one week. So I think hardware with AI we can go more faster in softwares, algorithm. Okay, and hardware we need more and more times, or we can go like copy paste. There's a lot of steps files with AI, okay, but like unique, like a prototyping, like innovations, no, we cannot go with the hardware platform.
So can we say that, for example, if we want to put a percentage, so let's say percentage of AI versus human needs or engineers' needs. So, for example, if I want to produce a hardware system right now, how much can I use the AI, like 20%, 30%, and then the human factor? Is it 70%, 80%? If we can put percentage,
according your goal, according your scope of work, according your target. Okay, if your target just to make prototype for your university, for your teacher, as students, okay, so can give you 95%. AI can help you. But if you are working like industrial field and you want to make like new idea, new system for your company, for your business, so AI can give you, this my experience, okay, no more than 15%. Hardware, no software. Software can help me as programming, interfacing, maybe 75%, but hardware is around 15 to 20%.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you very much, Dr. Hamid Ziad, for this insight. Now we'll move the question to Engineer Saif Al-Hail. So, Saif, I want to talk a little bit about the whole software development life cycle, from the idea to prototype to production. Where do you see AI adds value in terms of these different stages?
So from, let's say, 5 years ago or 4 years ago when ChatGPT came out, it was at the start of its stage especially with software and AI, and how AI can support in software. Today, 2026, we reached a point, I believe, that AI can help you throughout the full life cycle with software, and that's due to agentic coding. And how that works is you would have agents specific for each stage. Like you wouldn't have one agent that does everything, but let's say an agent that creates the design, and then an agent that coordinates to provide that other agent, you know, the front-end development, and provide them the design. So basically you can have AI and agents throughout the whole life cycle of the software. However, you do need an architect, or let's say a person that does the architecture of the whole system.
Right, thank you very much, Engineer Saif, for your insight. I want to move the question now to Dr. Yunus. So, Dr. Yunus, your specialty in software and engineering at HBKU. So, I want to ask you about specific, like for example, we've heard, I guess, the term vibe coding, and this has been a buzzword for quite some time. So, tools like Cursor AI and other tools as well. Well, first of all, let me ask you a general question. Are you with or against vibe coding? And if you can explain why.
Well, I'm definitely with, because it's, let me put it this way. If you have a project and you start from scratch, there is a lot of configuration that you have to do. There are a lot of common code that you have to copy paste from your old code. There are a lot of things that you keep repeating yourself doing over and over again. So by having Cursor, for instance, all of that heavy lifting that you were doing before, now you do it in the speed of a second, and then focus on your main task and get it done I would say in a quick and efficient manner.
Right, but don't you think that, for example, especially for beginners, and when they want to prototype their idea, like for example, sometimes the AI might hallucinate or might give not the correct answer. So how do you guard, or what's your advice basically for people who are just beginning, want to prototype their idea using tools such as the AI tools that are available today?
That's a brilliant question. If you are prototyping, I will not recommend anything, because you're just prototyping, right? Now, I have to jump back to a keyword that you said, which is hallucinating. And this is very important. As a human being, we have to really define the words, because let's say producers of AI, instead of saying AI is making mistakes, they cannot allow themselves to say AI is making mistakes, because it costs them a lot of money. So instead of that, they create the new word, and they said AI never makes mistakes. AI only hallucinates. So let's rephrase this. Never say AI hallucinates. No, human beings, they do hallucinate because they have a soul. AI cannot hallucinate. AI, we have to say it bluntly, makes mistakes. So if AI makes a mistake, now I have a solution. You have to correct the mistake that AI is doing. And for you to be able to correct the mistake that the AI is doing, you better know what you're doing. So that means if you are using AI, know what you're doing first, then use AI. And that will help you speed up your work and produce more quality work.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you,
You're
Dr. Yunus. We'll move now the next question to Engineer Mohammed Gassabi. So, Mohammed, mashallah, you're very active in the social media. But I want to pick your brain on because I've seen you talk a lot about different AI tools. And if you can just recommend, like, يعني for our audience, which tool do you recommend for what purpose? Like, for example, especially when it comes to prototyping, because there are so many tools, and one person might get lost in the amount of tools that are available. So based on your experience, if you can just summarize, like, what kind of tools do you recommend in order for the beginners to take advantage of?
Being active in the entrepreneurial and startups field, I noticed one thing. Most of the engineers or the technicians, they will focus mostly on the technology, but they don't have the experience in the business side and the marketing. They will usually hire someone else or bring a freelancer to do this work for them. But now we have many AI tools that can do these things for us. There are AI tools that can manage the social media posts, generate the pictures, videos. There are some tools that can do the marketing for you based on your need. You can just upload a copy of your website. Based on that, they will have a full visual identity for you. There is no a specific tool, but I can recently, alhamdulillah, I launched my first book. It's an AI guide for those who would like to start a project and they don't have the expertise in all these fields. So I summarize what tools they can use and step by step, and from A to Z, how to design a logo, for example, how to generate photos for the website, different photos for the social media because they differ, and how to automate the processes. So these kind, even the non-technical people can use such tools to work on their projects and also start a whole startup without any expertise in this field.
Thank you very much, Mohammed, for this insight. So now we'll move the question to Dr. Mohammed Ziad. I want to hear your insight into the future, especially when it comes to AI use in the hardware. I'm sure there are a lot of people who are, especially the engineers or the software developers, who are a little bit scared when it comes, okay, AI is taking our jobs, or AI, we are no longer needed in terms of software or in terms of hardware engineering. I would love to take your input on that. Like, how do you see AI contributing, especially when it comes to hardware prototyping?
Okay, thank you. I want to say the congratulations for this new platform for Engineer Mohammed, first of all. Okay, thank you. So if we'll return back to 1991 like this, okay, before the start of CNC milling machine, 4-axis, 5-axis, 6-axis, until now 9-axis, okay. The lathe machine, before, the people said, okay, oh, lathe machine, you cannot work in because the CNC machine is coming. But lathe machine, until now, working very well. Okay, and all people need for small parts, okay, for small parts for robotics, for any, for car, for aviation system, we still need lathe machine for making small parts. Okay, this, it make like comparison between lathe machine and CNC machine. Okay, so with AI, okay, some people said, okay, maybe in the future, many engineers lost positions because this issue of AI. Maybe, I am not sure. Okay, in software's way, maybe. Okay, maybe between 5 to 10%. In hardware is around 2 to 5% because we need people to working very hard to get the end of the day, like for assembly line. Okay, now for assembly line, and we go for Toyota or Mitsubishi, Nissan. Okay, for assembly line, there's a lot of robotics. Okay, but who make the programming for robotics? For the arm robots? Who? This human. The end of the day, the human should be still exit. and install everything, programming and interfacing for any application. But I am sure in the future, many peoples will lose works because the starting extremely for AI in industrial level.
All right. And a follow-up question. So, for example, when you said that perhaps AI can take some of the jobs, not all of the jobs.
Sure.
What do you recommend people to prepare for in terms of even the engineers now, the hardware engineers? What skills do they need to arm themselves and to prove themselves for the future?
Okay, so if you go before February 2022, okay, the attack between Russia and Ukraine, the normal way for a drone is using for photographs, okay? But now with the drone, now is like big tensions and high tools for fighting and strategic balancing between Europe, okay, Ukraine and Russian. What's mean the drones change from small parts costly for $100 or $1,000, okay, for just photographings and hobbies application to like gun or weapons technology or weapons tools. Okay, so the students or the engineers should be working very hard, okay, and these big questions. Okay, so if all people talking about AI, but the AI is not only software, the AI is big hardware. This behind big hardwares, and like we cannot make a dude application with AI without, for example, Nano Justin platform, without Raspberry Pi platform, okay, without any computer platform, without any NVIDIA platform or hardware. So we cannot talking. The people said thinking like AI, like a cloud, okay, without any hardware. This is wrong. We are still need hardware. For example, if United States or any Chinese company stop produce any platform, hardware platform, we cannot using the AI. So this relationship, this big relationship between AI and hardware platform.
So are you recommending that to prove themselves, the engineers today should learn AI skills?
Should AI skills like hardware and software. You should be making your PCB, your platform, your hardware platform, nor waiting Chinese to provide for you Nano Justin or Raspberry Pi platform. Like this, we can control everything. Otherwise, you are still, okay, under the control of the Western and European, American, Russian governments.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Mohammed Ziad, for this input. We'll move now the question to Engineer Saif. Saif, what's the biggest mistake that teams or people who use AI to build their software or hardware, when they move from just the prototyping into real production system?
So with prototyping, you have a lot of room for error. Like for example, let's say you're building an application, and with prototyping, you don't need to really consider security, and since it's a prototype. However, with production, there's a lot of areas that you need to consider. For example, security, and with security, there's like many aspects and things that you need to think about. Using AI for that, a lot of times it would miss out parts that makes the application vulnerable. However, with proper architecture of the system, so if you have a person that understands where to guide the AI and support them in building the application, then definitely you can cover a lot of aspects. However, I think the biggest issue that I see is security, and there's many instances of that. Like a few months ago, there was one application that got hacked because the person who built it did it like vibe coded the entire thing, and then people, they got access to all of the databases, chats, things like that are available. So, and it's a small mistake that he did. He built it on Firebase. It's a small mistake that he did, and it was due to vibe coding. So just having that's one big mistake that I see. Just having the proper skills before starting this, then clearly he would have avoided that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Saif. The next question now, I'll move to Dr. Yunus. So, Dr. Yunus, so the use of AI has become widespread. But as Engineer Saif was saying, like if they use it without, for example, paying attention to small mistakes, it could end up in the production systems, which could lead into disasters in the cybersecurity. So my question to you, Dr. Yunus, how do we teach, or how do we keep, since you are with use of the agentic AI and AI in general in writing code, how do we guard especially when it comes to junior software developers, and how do we teach them to use it safely in a safe manner?
Very interesting question again. Let me put it this way. If you use AI as your leader, then you're completely lost. If you use AI and you are leading AI, then you are weaponized with great power. So when you start as a software engineer, you should not be running after AI, because AI is going to go faster than you. So what happens is we have now young engineers. They release big projects, but they don't have time to go through the whole source code. So they close their eyes and they just submit the project, hoping there are no errors, thinking that AI might not have making any mistakes, and that is the danger. The other thing is, just to clarify, AI is not replacing jobs. AI is shifting jobs, right? So instead of having humans doing a certain type of jobs that they were not supposed to do initially speaking, but they had to do those kind of jobs, like documentations, like testings, and certain set of jobs like this. So those humans who have a great capacity to do something else now can move to something else, right? It's like moving from blue colors to white colors. So it's not removing the jobs or stealing the jobs. It's just telling us, wait, this is not a human job. Let AI just do it. It's going to do it much better than you. But remember again, if you are an architect and you're building a system, you better know what the system is made of. And then you are the leader of AI. Then you shouldn't have any problem. But as I said, if you keep producing and producing and producing, soon enough we will have the App Store completely overflowed with millions of apps that have no sense, because people as consumers, they will not have time to appreciate every app, because every day, every week you have a new app, a new website, a new book, a new article. So we are humans, we cannot swallow all of this information that's falling on us. So AI can produce, but it's up to you. If you want to produce something out of quality, give it some time and release it at the proper time, at proper dates, and let people enjoy your work.
If I may add one small note.
Go ahead.
I usually say the AI should be working for you, not you working for the AI. So when it comes to coding, for example, I might be spending hours troubleshooting, and then the reason of the error is just missing one semicolon. This AI can detect, but on the other hand, if I ask the AI to write the whole code for me, it will be vulnerable to some adversarial attacks or other cybersecurity related vulnerabilities. So you should guide the AI and let the model know what you are doing, and you have to know what the model is doing. So you can know that it's secured enough and it's covering all aspects.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Yunus and Engineer Mohammed, for your insights. Now I want to move to a little bit of a fun questions. Are you ready to have some fun with our guests? Yeah? Okay, I will ask them questions, but they need to answer with one word only. Okay? So we will start with Dr. Yunus. So, Dr. Yunus.
Yes, sir.
If you had to delete every tool, every AI tool, except for one tool, which tool would that be?
DeepSeek.
Wow. Okay. Next question, Saif. So, with one word, what is the biggest risk with AI today?
Vibe coding.
Okay, vibe code. Okay, I think maybe you two have to
2 words.
to talk after the panel discussion. Okay, Dr. Mohammed Ziad,
Yes.
one word. If you went back to university,
Yes.
what's the one course you wish you had studied?
It's a big question. So, frankly speaking, should we take care about AI? Okay. I have a
One
question.
word.
I have
One
a
word,
question.
Dr.
I have a
Hamzian.
question for you,
One word,
engineer. I
Dr.
have a question. Why Finland start, okay, for this year students to return back to using paper and pencil? Because Chinese have a lot of information while writing something, because AI is big platform, and like Dr. Yunus said, okay, DeepSeek, very dangerous, okay,
Right.
because you put your data there and Chinese take your data.
Right.
A
But
lot?
I want one course that you had studied back in universities that you didn't, and you wish you had.
Cybersecurity.
Okay, thank you. Now, Mohammed Gassabi. AI in one word.
Double-edged sword.
All right, thank you. So I think we have some time. We have around 15 minutes or actually 10 minutes. I want to open the discussion or the questions to our audience. So please, if you have any question, raise your hand and we'll have the mic passed by so that you can ask your question. And please, let's keep it short. So does anybody have any question for our guests? All right.
Hi, I have a question about the coding, because you said that you can use AI to help you, not to do it for you, but to help you to do coding. But my question is about privacy. It's about privacy. I mean, let's say tomorrow I want to use AI to help me because I'm working in science. So I use it like for machine learning and data analysis. So my question is, if I use AI to help me to design my pipeline, how I can be sure that this won't be used by someone else? So my question is about more privacy. I mean, what is the limit of AI for data use? There is no limit?
Yeah, I can take that. Well, when it comes to privacy, as soon as you open your laptop, you have no more privacy, right? So if you are asking AI and you're questioning, basically you're opening AI to ask a question about a certain piece of code. Can you help me write a code that does X, Y, Z, right? AI is giving you an answer. It's not yours, it's AI's answer. The AI is taking your question. But now, if you go to your files and copy your data and paste the data to the chat, you are giving the AI your data so that the AI can give you the answer. So AI will say, you don't want me to give you answer, don't give me your data. But if you are giving the data, then obviously you got to be careful with what you're providing the AI with the data.
If I may, I understand what everyone is saying here, but I think I disagree with what's being said because all of what's mentioned is basically cloud service. However, with AI, you can always localize it. It's open source. You can bring your own machine, localize your own AI, use it, and basically that stays as secure as possible. There is no vulnerability risk there because it's all localized. So you have two ways, basically. Make it online or localize it. So you can always be secure with it.
Yes. I mean, we have been discussing so far that we control the AI. But the question is, we will move into next generation in which AI will use his brains given by us to develop his own thought. And that day will come that he will make humans redundant. Do you agree or disagree, Dr. Youssef?
Yeah, very, very interesting question. I'm sorry, but actually my name is Dr. Yunus, but they misspelled it.
Sorry, this is our
That's
mistake.
all right. That's a very, very brilliant question. That is the fear of people today. People today are afraid that AI is going to take over the planet, and we'll see some like Terminator kind of scenario going on. But remember, most of the founders of AI used to be psychologists. And they used what they learned in psychology so that they can transpose that into AI. And they want to create a computer that thinks, that behaves, and that interacts like humans, right? So we are trying to kind of replicate ourselves. And the funny fact is, I used to tell people, the human species is a very strange species because it's the only species that is running as fast as possible to replace itself. You cannot see that in other species. Now coming back to the intelligence, for something to be like humans, it needs to have two components. It needs to have the body and the soul. What does the body do? The body takes information from outside and processes the information and produces a reaction. That is a robot. That is AI. So what is now the soul? So to reproduce the soul, if you are able to reproduce the soul, that means you can create humans. But so far, nobody has been able to reproduce the soul. The first neuron, the first AI circuit used to be called the perceptron. And the perceptron is a replication of a neuron. It has sensors, it has a body where it does summing the information that it receives, and it produces an information, right? Jeffrey Hinton, the godfather of AI and 2024 Nobel Prize, he was the first one who created the convoluted network, neural network, right? And he used to be a psychologist. And when he was asked, why did you move to AI? He was like, I was curious to see if I can reproduce the human psychology in a machine. So you see, we're not talking anymore about computer science here. Now we're talking psychology. We're talking philosophy, right? And then this was the race of humans since the beginning. Humans, they just want to be like a god. So they want to create, right? And whatever a human will create, well, if they can create themselves, then that's gonna be tough.
All right. I think we have another question. اسمح لنا.
Good day, everyone. I just need to ask Dr. Yunus.
Yes, please.
About something good that you said. You differentiate between the AI is not replacing, it's shifting. And that's a good thing. It's a real thing. Because if a proper training or education given to employees, they will go on.
Yeah.
But what about the development field? Usually we're hearing a lot that now AI is replacing a whole team. Maybe one developer in the team for building, the second one for debugging, and they have a good software engineer who has a good experience in structure and things going on.
Yes.
Yes, by using really good tool like, I don't know, Claude or whatever.
Yes.
So inside the sector of development,
Yes.
what's happening?
Yes, that's a good question.
Yeah.
That is the fear of all software developers.
Yeah.
Software engineers that are all shaking because they're saying, "Oh, my job is going to be replaced."
Which before the
Yes.
developer is giving the opportunity. Now
Yes.
he's
So
putting aside.
let me summarize quickly, if I can, the history behind software development. Right, the first person who became a software developer was Edgar Dijkstra. It was back in 1957. And how did he become a software developer? It was one day he went to get married, and then in front of the priest you had to say your job. What are you doing? And Dijkstra said, that was back in 1957, right? He said, I am a software developer. The priest closed his book and he was like, go look for a job. But back then, software developer did not exist. So that day he decided, my job is going to become a job. A couple of years after, Donald Knotts, the big father, I would say the founder of software development, wrote a book called Software Programming, The Art of Software Programming. In that book, you have most of the algorithms. You have just to copy, paste, copy, paste. But the layman humans, like if you take to anyone, can you make softwares? They will say no. Why? Because they don't know the language, they don't know the libraries, they don't know all of this behind the scene kind of stuff.
Thank you.
So before AI, I used to have a library of pre-made code already there. I just do copy and paste.
Thank you.
Copy and paste.
All right.
Just a second so I can believe. So now, if you ask me what used software developers to do before, they used to copy, paste, and charge you like over $100,000 for doing copy and paste, right? So maybe that job it was time for that job to just disappear.
Okay.
And keep the architects.
All right.
The architects is something else. Sorry about
All right.
that.
Thank
We
you.
can
Thank you very
pursue
much.
later.
Thank you. Thank you. So with that, just one last question I will ask. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. So before we close, we'll go back to the fun, one last time, fun question, one word. I will ask the same question to each one of you. You have to respond with one word only, okay? So, what is the one skill here that should everybody here should learn or should invest in? What is one skill that everybody should invest in? And we start with you, Dr. Yunus.
Thinking.
All right, safe. What is one skill that everyone here should invest in for the future?
Cyber security.
Okay, Dr. Mohammed Ziad.
Microprocessor.
Okay, Mohammed Qasabi.
Critical thinking.
All right, thank you very much. So with that, before we close, that was fun and insightful. If there is one takeaway from today, I think it's the AI is not about the tools alone. It's about the choices, what to automate and what to trust, and what skills we are doable of as humans. Thank you to our panelists. Please give them a whole round of applause. Thank you to the Web Summit Qatar, and thank you all for being such a great audience. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our interactive session. We will be talking about how to enable digital economy in Qatar. I have my colleagues who are working in the digital industries department, RAP and IMAT, to discuss us how we can enable digital economy with the digital policies. RAP to you.
Thank you very much, Zaruk. As Zaruk mentioned, we'll be talking about the role of policies in enabling the digital economy. If we could go on to the next slide, please. All right, so the digital economy at this stage is no longer a marginal phenomenon. In fact, it has shaped the ways that the global economies work overall. Digitization in itself is scaling at a global level. About 5.5 billion people are now connected to online, meaning that's more than 68% of the global population. Furthermore, it's shaping the way that people work in their daily lives. 40% of global jobs, according to latest data, are exposed to automation. An interesting figure about the manufacturing sector in itself, there are currently 162 robots per 100,000 workers just in the manufacturing sectors, to give you an idea how embedded the digital economy has become into our daily lives. Last but not least, we see that the digital economy in itself requires that people stay online. So what this means is that on average, a single person spends over 200 hours using digital services. So what does this mean? Let's see the benefits of the digital economy. Obviously, the digital economy will impact macroeconomic indicators. What we know is that by 2030, the digital economy sector is expected to contribute to almost a third of global GDP, quite a big figure, so around 28%. Furthermore, the digital economy does have a very strong social impact in terms of job creation. Just in the past year, there were 150 million new jobs created globally within the ICT sectors. Unfortunately, or as an opportunity, 75% of these jobs require advanced digital skills. When it comes to innovation and productivity, firms are experiencing enhanced cost savings. And we know that SMEs with higher digital maturity levels tend to outperform their peers, in some cases more than twice the performance levels in itself. So let's make this real in terms of how different countries are reaping the benefits of digital economy. You have in Singapore an estimated sector growth that's coming from digital economy strategies. Furthermore, we see how the digital economy can boost the investment ecosystem. A good case of this is the e-residency program in Estonia, which has contributed to millions in GDP and created over 100,000 jobs as players moved into the market by conducting borderless business in a very digital manner. Last but not least, job creation is an obvious benefit of the digital economy. Take, for example, the United States. The Chips for America Act foresees the creation of 280,000 jobs within 1 year. Go on to the next slide. All right. So we've talked about the global impact of the digital economy in itself. We've talked about macroeconomic indicators, social impacts, the need for upskilling and reskilling. But from your perspective in this digital age, what do you think are the main challenges confronting policymakers when it comes to regulating the digital environment? So you can scan the code here or go on www.menti.com and you can enter the code 767219308. So, from your perspective, what are the main challenges confronting policymakers when regulating the digital economy, as opposed to, let's say, more traditional sectors or more traditional ways of regulating the markets?
Some questions are coming. One of them is lack of data. How to regulate whilst promoting innovation. how to regulate emerging tech, access to innovation are the couple of themes that are popping up.
Absolutely. All of these answers are valid. So one of them is that the policymakers, when it comes to emerging tech, may not have all the information requirement. If we can move on to the next slide, we have a detailed list of challenges that policymakers face. The first one you see on the screen is called the pacing problem. What this means is that digital technologies often evolve faster than policymakers can keep up pace with, or even institutional frameworks can adapt to. Another big issue of regulating the digital economy is the failure of fit-for-purpose regulations. Why does this happen? Well, anything digital tends to span across sectors, meaning that it's not within traditional boundaries of a singular sectoral market, ways which regulators in the past have tended to work. Now digital has aspects of, let's say, health tech, fintech, etc. So sometimes it creates issues amongst different sectoral regulators. Other big issues are regulatory enforcement issues. Regulators do not have all the data in terms of tracking and monitoring compliance. And here what you're seeing on the graph is another, let's say, visual challenge of what's happening. If you look at the 1980s, digital regulators really had to focus on asset-heavy infrastructure, let's say telecom infrastructure. So the regulatory surface area of these telecom regulators was quite small in the 80s. As then we move on with time, we reach the 2020s era, or the intelligent area, and now digital regulators have to think about a much larger gamut of, let's say, regulatory surface areas that include AI, cloud computing, virtual reality, Internet of Things, digital skills, etc., etc. So just the sheer amount of topics that need regulation today, as opposed to the 1980s, where we had a more telecom focus, is much larger and much more expansive. Different countries are taking different approaches when it comes to regulating their digital economies and tackling the challenges that the digital transformation poses to regulators. One approach that we see quite often is a market-driven approach. Essentially what this approach does is that it prioritizes innovation. So its main goal is to create a business environment that prioritizes innovation ecosystem, either through incentives or relaxed regulations. One good example of a market-driven approach to the digital economy is fintech with this regulatory sandbox in Singapore. Another approach is state-driven. Essentially what this means is that governments maintain direct control in the development of certain technologies. We do tend to see this in China and Korea with an increased strategic and governmental focus in developing their semiconductor markets. Last but not least, we have a very rights-driven approach. This approach puts at the center human rights and personal data safety. We do tend to see this very pronounced in the EU. So it's prioritizing rights, and sometimes this comes at the cost of innovation. Now, as we see all these approaches, I'd like to transition into the ways that Qatar is regulating its digital economy and what's currently happening on the ground. I'll pass the word to my colleague, Imad.
Thank you, Rab. From the perspective of Qatar, the development of digital policies was anchored into a market-driven approach, which is giving more flexibility, enabling the ecosystem, but a key takeaway is also that everything is always focused around the national development strategies, such as Qatar National Vision 2030, NDS 3, and the digital agenda. This keeps things in focus when developing digital policies, especially that the IT and digital cluster is a key enabler when it comes to NDS 3. It supports the different clusters that are part of the strategy, and it also has very ambitious expected outcomes and targets. As we can see, one of them is reaching almost 8% of real GDP when it comes to digital services clusters, attracting foreign direct investments up to 100 billion, and most importantly also getting 90% of the digitized services at the level of Qatar. This is a very ambitious targets, but that's where this approach that was selected for Qatar through looking at different benchmarks, analyzing different studies and seeing what works for the country was established. Now I just give you an overview from the perspective of the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology on how to enable all of this. As part of the mandate of the MCIT, the Department of Policies was created. This department aims to tackle digital policies overall to support national development strategies, digital agenda, but not just that. We also look at different aspects such as benchmarks, market studies, best practices, and this is how they are developed to support the digital ecosystem basically in the country. One of the most important things that will support this is developing a national ICT policy framework. So the framework will work as a roadmap for us to enable development of digital policies. The framework is always anchored, as I said, in Qatar national ambitions through NDS3, Digital Agenda 2030. And the framework was set up in a way to always cover the key elements and clusters such as digital government, digital infrastructure, digital tech, innovation, and digital economy, and especially also digital society and competencies. So it's meant to be a comprehensive framework to help develop these digital policies and always enable the ecosystem through a comprehensive set of policies that will leverage the ecosystem in Qatar. So one of the latest outcomes that we had as part of the department and MCIT was publishing 6 policies through the Sharik platform. The idea to use the Sharik platform was to be englobing and having all the ecosystem participate in giving feedback on the policies. The policies actually cover 6 elements: digital economy policy, inclusion policy, regulatory sandbox, AI policy, learning and skills, and IoT. These 6 policies are just a preliminary output. There is in the pipeline around 20 more policies coming up with guidelines. But the key information about these policies is they were designed to be enablers and not hindering to the development of the ecosystem. They were all designed with the idea to be inclusive, to support businesses, to support citizens, and to drive the national agenda when it comes to digital economy and industry. So if you have any questions.
You can use the QR code to ask us questions about policymaking in Qatar, in digital landscape. My colleagues Rab and Imad will be happy to answer your questions. Also, if you have any interest in the future outcoming days to engage with us, we will be happy to engage with you. Please scan the QR code if you have any policy-related questions regarding to our presentation today.
All right, so as we wait for questions on Menti, I don't know, if the audience also has questions, you can also voice them here physically. Let's see, Doruk, do we have anything coming in to Menti so far?
So one question has popped up. What are the inputs used for developing the lifelong learning policy? And what is the plan of having an updated version? I think that, Rab, that's a good question for you.
Yeah. So for the lifelong learning policy, which has been published for public consultation on Sharik, we have used a few inputs to develop this. One is Qatar's recently published digital skills framework, which anchors our lifelong learning for digital skills policy, of course. And then another way we have framed our policy is by making sure it's mapped one-to-one with Qatar's strategic level aspirations as outlined in the digital agenda, meaning that we need to have a future-driven, upskilled, and very digitally advanced workforce. So it's a very aspirational kind of policy. It sets a strategic direction and is aligned with Qatar's digital skill framework as well.
There is one more question. How will you ensure that the policies have a positive impact on businesses?
Yeah, so the policies by design are made to have a positive impact on businesses. Qatar is taking a market-driven approach with its policies, meaning that it's not imposing any hard rules. Essentially, it's outlining best practices. It's steering the ecosystem to move towards a certain direction, while at the same time not creating any barriers to entry. So by design, these policies, in fact, foster the business environment instead of restricting it.
So we can say that our primary audience is the digital, to boost the digital economy is the businesses actually. We are not targeting mainly the government. We are looking forward to boost the digital industries across the nation.
That's the market-driven approach that was used in developing the policies.
And for these businesses to thrive, obviously we need a very upskilled workforce. So we're targeting businesses, and then this trickles down to also the societal level in upskilling the Qatari population and Qatari residents as well.
Thank you very much for the questions. We will be happy to engage with you later on as well. Thank you.
digital transformation and innovation. This keynote highlights the pivotal role of artificial intelligence and digital transformation in enhancing the efficiency, scalability, and competitiveness of SMEs in Qatar. Please welcome Noor.
Thank you, Noor. Sorry, we're having some technical difficulties. But in the meantime, hi, assalamu alaikum everyone. Good afternoon, and thank you for coming to the session. My name is Noor Khadija. I'm the head of Digital Economy Enablement at MCIT. Today we're going to talk about how SMEs can be empowered. There we are. Okay. Hi. So today we're going to talk about how SMEs can be empowered through digital transformation and innovation. So the reason we want to talk about SMEs and digital transformation today is that SMEs are the backbone of our economy. They make up around 97% of all the businesses in Qatar. And so today we'll talk about how SMEs can actually create value for themselves through transformation and innovation. Today's agenda will walk you through what does digital transformation means in today's times and context. We're gonna look at why SMEs should transform, and then we're gonna share some real life success stories on how some SMEs actually implemented their solutions and had major impact on their businesses. And then we're going to look at how the ecosystem through the ministry, through its partners, actually can support SMEs. I'm going to try my best to make it short and sweet, and this is more of a conversation. It's not a technical presentation. It's not, sorry, another technical difficulties. Yeah. So, what is digital transformation? Here it will work. Okay. I'll just stay here because of the. So, what does digital transformation means? It's basically, in simple terms, improving how we work, how we do. How we deliver, how work gets done through people and processes and through data-driven technologies. The main objective of actually digitizing or digital transformation for SMEs is to work faster, decide better, and serve your customers better. So, there's a journey for digital transformation. It doesn't happen overnight. You start with the manual, and then digitalization, and then digital transformation. One of the many mistakes we see SMEs try to loop going from manual to digital transformation. They have to build their foundation first, because otherwise it will cause frustration, they will waste their budget, and they will have abandoned systems because there was no training on these new systems. Digital transformation, what are the benefits of digital transformation? They help increase efficiency and lower the operations cost. They give you data-driven decisions and behaviors. They increase the productivity of your employees, and they ease your business operations. Okay, how does now, since AI is now the technology we look into, we want to look at AI in the context of digital transformation. AI is a tool. It does not help you define your strategy. So as long as you have the right strategy and foundation, AI can help you amplify that. It gives you insights. It turns your data into insight. It personalizes your customer experience, and it helps you be more competitive within your competitors. Okay, so where does digital transformation fare globally? Many countries are now heavily dependent on SME transformation because they're increasing their share of ICT spending on digital transformation, and now it's contributing heavily to their GDP growth, and they're increasing resilience and productivity in their country. So what is a typical journey for an SME to go through to actually achieve digital transformation? First, you have to assess your current operations in the business and see where actually digital transformation can support, and then build your business case around that, around your strengths and weaknesses that you found in your business, and then develop a strategy, find the right service provider, implement that solution, and then track your progress and adjust where needed. Okay, so what is the national focus on digital transformation? So we've been working with SMEs the past 2 years, and we've noticed a lot of common challenges between these SMEs when they embark on their digital transformation journey. A lot of them don't have the technical or digital skills to actually implement these solutions and start using them. They have some budget constraint. It goes back into your company to actually cover your expenses. So they have budget constraints, and then some of them lack clarity on the return of investments from those implementing these kind of solutions. We've also seen some SMEs, they can't find the right service provider, trusted service provider for them to actually implement their tools or find the right match for their challenges. So this is a summary of the tools you can implement as an SME. So there is no one SME can have all the tools. It will depend on your maturity level, your industry, your function. So for example, emerging businesses will want to build the foundation in their business, and then growing businesses will try to create a structure within their operations, and then eventually market pioneers will want to actually get insights into their business and improve on their business. And then the type of tools will also depend on your functions, your industry, what does your beneficiary needs. For each industry, there's a certain kind of tools that can be implemented. So where does Qatar fare when it comes to the importance of SMEs? So SME transformation is central in Qatar National Vision, which translated into the National Development Strategy and Qatar Digital Academy. And we turn these strategies and targets into implementations through initiatives and enabling programs with partners such as QDB and partners such as Microsoft and Google to actually help us achieve our targets and support the SMEs in the country. Okay. Now let's go into success stories in real-time implementation of SMEs and see how they fared. We'll look first at the first company. Yeah. So the first company is retail. It's Ni'ma. So it's a leading logistics and manufacturing company. They had challenges with, they had stable operations and they had an established customer base. However, they had fragmented reach out to their customers, and they were not getting visibility on the customer behavior that they had on their base. So by implementing a CRM solution through enabled technology, they were able to gain visibility into their customer base, see the trends, and then cater to the demand of their company and to their customers, and actually deliver better services for them. Another example we have is education. In education. So Little Seeds is an early stage learning institution. They cater to 1st to 4 years of age. They had one of the challenges they had is that they were manual and they were spending a lot of time on these manual operations and not really delivering on their core operations to their beneficiaries, which are the students and the parents. So they were able to implement an ERP solution to automate all of their operations, and they were able to do less time into the operations that they were wasting so much time on, and spend more time with the students and the parents and actually delivering on their core service. The last example is in tourism, once we get there. Tourism, we have MBK Travel and Tourism. They had the same issue as the first one. They have an established customer base, but when it comes to tourism industry, responsiveness and the quality services is what's really critical for them. And so everything was manual for them. Their follow-ups were not driven by demand. It was mostly driven by their experience, or if a customer actually inquire about them. Their bookings as well has been manual. So they implemented a customer support solution where they're able to automate all of their inquiries, all of their bookings, and they were able to get insights into the demand and the behaviors of their customers, and they were able to serve them better in real time and in quality. And so how does the SMEs, how can we as government support the SMEs? So we want to reduce risk, increase confidence, and support them in the digital transformation journey. So what we do is we first assess the SME, we then give them a digital transformation journey, and then we match make them with the service provider that is suitable to their solution or their challenge. And then that's how, at the end, we get to reach our goal of a diversified economy. So that concludes the end of the presentations. If there are any questions. Thank you. Thank you.
Next, we have Incubate, Accelerate, Scale, a panel discussion that explores how Qatar's integrated support system takes startups from concept to global competitor. Please welcome Umair Sultan al-Naimi and Majid al-Nasaf on stage. Not yet? Hello, everyone. Welcome back to MCIT Theatre. Up next, we have Incubate, Accelerate, Scale, a panel discussion that explores how Qatar's integrated support system takes startups from concept to global competitor. Please welcome Umair Sultan al-Naimi and Majid al-Nasaf to this session. I will hand over to Mr. Majid.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome, everyone. My name is Majid al-Nasaf. I'm the acting head of digital innovation enablement at MCIT. Of course, with me is Umair al-Naimi, acting head of digital economy department. It's a pleasure to represent MCIT at Web Summit 2026.
Hi, we will be talking today about how MCIT is enabling the founders and innovators and startups.
So, Qatar's vision for a smart, inclusive, and sustainable digital economy drives what we do at the ministry.
With our strategic initiatives under the Digital Agenda 2030, our focus is to empower people and businesses to thrive the digital era. This begins with the Digital Agenda 2030, which is Qatar's roadmap to national digital transformation. Designed as a vision, it is driven by 6 primary pillars. Every initiative we run, from incubation to scaling directly, contributes to these goals.
So the ministry plays a central role at implementing the Digital Agenda 2030 and shaping Qatar's knowledge-based economy. Our goal is to enable founders to turn ideas into solutions and scale expansion through an ecosystem that connects incubation, acceleration, and scale.
Our enablement approach is simple. We take zero equity, so founders maintain control and ownership for their businesses. Also, we provide hands-on sector and specialist experts, guidance from local and global mentors. Alongside of strong access to funding, with more than 747 million Qatari riyal raised by portfolio companies.
So this model is designed for founders to keep control of their business and advance rapidly. Qatar's digital economy is fundamentally about the people involved. We understand that every founder's journey is different. Some are starting, others are ready to scale. A key objective of our Digital Agenda 2030 is to provide founders with the tools to build solutions and enhance how we work, connect, and live. Through the ministry, we are creating an ecosystem that impacts life in Qatar, where digital adoption is part of daily life and innovation. And that drives economic growth. The Digital Incubation Center supports early stage ideation and incubation, whereas Tasmo Accelerator focuses on growth, market entry, and partnerships. And finally, Scale Now prepares high potential scale-ups for regional expansion and global scaling.
Our enablement ecosystem is designed to meet founders and startups where they are. Together as Digital Incubation Center, Tasmo Accelerator, and Scale Now, from one comprehensive connected pathway, each program supports the next one, ensuring that no founder is left without direction. Try to think of this as one pipeline rather than these separate programs one where founders can enter where it fits them and move seamlessly towards the next target.
والله في مكان. لا لا.
A new founder's journey begins at the Digital Incubation Center, where ideas first take shape. Here, local, regional, and global entrepreneurs receive mentorship, workspace, and access to networks that help transform early concept into viable products. And founders get all this support while retaining 100% equity. So we don't take anything. Their target will be to launch their product, gaining local attraction and proving market fit, after which they can move on to the next stage. The DIC currently has gone through a full-fledged strategy refresh, and we have onboarded a consortium of global and local partners with world-class mentors and coaching. Our application is currently open, and we encourage you to apply and be part of our new cohort. Secondly, the TESMO Accelerator program is open for everyone, even those outside Qatar. We received 2,200 applications from 78 countries, designed to help startups refine, test, and expand their solutions by connecting them with partners and real-world projects. The accelerator also offers soft landing facilities, and full remote flexibility for businesses that want to grow into the Qatari market. Their growth trajectory or graduation pathway is to go from 300,000 US dollars in the revenue to fully launch into the local market and achieving a minimum of 500,000 US dollars in revenue.
For Scale Now equips market-ready companies to expand. The journey includes discovery and assessment, capacity building, local to go-to-market support, expansion readiness, and investors matchmaking, and post-program support. So far, 30 companies have been supported, 152 B2B deals worth of 39.9 million Qatari riyals, and founders received more than 463 mentorship hours. We have made 25 plus go-to-market support introductions. So if your business that has achieved significant results and you're ready to expand, Scale Now helps you grow from Qatar into the region and then the world. Not only do we link you with investors and international partners, but we ensure the company is ready to compete and lead globally.
We ensure that everything we do is centered around people, with beneficiaries being local and global founders, international startups entering the Qatari market, and investors and corporates seeking innovative solutions.
We design our program around founder needs such as flexibility, access, and guidance by focusing on usability and inclusion. We make it easier for everyone to adopt digital tools and to advance impactful solutions.
Qatar's enablement journey doesn't stop with founders. While we strive to empower startups to produce digital solutions, we also encourage and enable existing businesses in the wider Qatari market to adopt these solutions and accelerate their digital transformation. This is why MCIT has expanded its focus to include SMEs, enabling the business that power daily life in Qatar to benefit from and contribute to our national digital transformation. By bringing both innovators and established businesses into the journey, we broaden the reach of digital process and the whole economy.
And we're doing this with the SME Go Digital initiative, which helps existing small and medium businesses to modernize, enterprise to modernize and grow and take full advantage of digital tools. Through a free digital assessment, personalized transformation roadmap, hands-on workshops, and access to funding in partnership with QDB. We make it easier for SMEs to plan, adopt, and scale the solutions that fit their businesses. This support covers key sectors that drives Qatar's economy, primarily retail and wholesale, transport, logistics, healthcare, tourism, and education.
As our digital economy expands, every part of the journey needs the right support. This is why MCIT connects startups, scale-ups, and SMEs to a national network of partners, mentors, and infrastructure that enables innovation to grow.
It's a unified system that brings together collaboration, alignment, impact across Qatar's digital landscape. And as you can see, our startup ecosystem, but I think there's no presentation here.
So Qatar's digital economy is built around three communities: startups and entrepreneurs empowered through mentorship, funding, and access to markets; corporates and public entities engaged to pilot and adopt homegrown digital solutions; and investors and enablers connected to a pipeline of high potential ventures. Among the sectors that we focus on include transport and logistics, infrastructure, tourism, and healthcare. And our priority sectors are continuously reevaluated and assessed to sustain economic diversification in line with Qatar's third national development strategy.
Collaboration within this ecosystem is guided by four principles that keep us focused and connected. Alignment ensures every initiative contributes to national priorities, whereas inclusivity opens our programs to both global innovators and local talent, and impact keeps our work anchored in measurable outcomes and real-world adoption. Finally, leadership drives us to share knowledge and set a regional example for sustainable innovation.
So across all our programs, we support the companies that driving Qatar's digital transformation at every stage of their journey. From developing new ideas to growing solutions and scaling impact across the market, each step contributes to a stronger, more innovative economy. We have a QR code. Can we place the QR code? We want you to scan the QR code for the screen to learn more about the programs and possibly join. And please join. I mean, it's an exciting program. It's nice. We have success. We have startups. Yep. Dad, oh, you want us to stand? We're going. It's not sure. Good. Any questions? No questions? Any person interested? Tell me. Go ahead. Go ahead, let people...
My name is Layla, and I was asking if you guys also take fintech startups.
So we do, and we govern multitude of sectors. So we're sector agnostic. But when you're talking about it, are you talking about the accelerator or the incubator?
The incubators.
So for the incubator, we have early startups that we open our initiative to. We, like you said, with fintech, of course, within the ecosystem, we have other entities that have primary focus on it. But of course, in the Digital Incubation Center, we also, emphasize it.
Can you remind me of what the focus was? I think you mentioned 3.
Correct.
Which was...
You mean the programs?
Yes.
So we have 3 programs. The first one is our Digital Incubation Center. So that's the incubator for early stage, ideation. So we take you from the idea to until we get you market fit. The second one is the accelerator program. So that's when you generated enough revenue, and then you have the scaler.
Thank you.
Okay, pleasure. Good. Okay. Scan the QR code.
Thank you, everyone. Our next session will be at 2:45.
Mic check. Bismillah.
Hello everyone, welcome again to MCIT Theatre stage. For our upcoming session, we have a keynote by Ammar Abulghar from MCIT titled User Experience, a Digital Expression of Qatari Hospitality and Islamic Excellence. Please welcome Ammar.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. First, I want to give a big round of applause for the team at MCIT for putting this lovely theater together. So please, one round of applause for everyone who worked on this. Thank you so much. I want to start this with a story, a very famous story from our tradition. A surprise guest knocks on the house of a family at night. They weren't prepared for this guest. They had no idea this guest was coming. And as is custom, they had to let the guest in and give him the best experience possible. Because in Arab tradition, how you treat your guests is very telling about who you are as a person, as a family, and even beyond that. But they realized something uncomfortable. There wasn't enough food for them and for the guest. So what they did was something very subtle. The wife pretended to fix the light, the lamp. Now, mind you, this is in 14th century Medina. So they pretended to fix the lamp and accidentally turned it off. So now the room is dark, the visibility is very low. And then they pretended to eat with the guest. So now the guest is eating, thinking that everyone else is eating with them. And they didn't make a big show about it. They didn't say this was a big act of generosity that we did, because that wasn't about just giving food to a guest. This was also about preserving their dignity. Now this is how far and how deep generosity and this karam al-diyalati is in our culture. So the question becomes, so we can see this sort of excellence stayed with the people of this region until today. We saw that in the World Cup in 2022, which was a remarkable experience, not just for the people of Qatar, but worldwide. And we're seeing that today at Web Summit. When people of this region do something when it comes to experience, they do it differently because of that embedded aspect in our tradition. So the question that's been puzzling me is why do we not see that experience reflected online? I want to see a show of hands. How many of you have had a frustrating experience with a mobile app that you're using recently, specifically when in the context of trying to do a service, be it government or private? Can I see a show of hands? There you go. Unfortunately, there's this reputation that government services have, not just in Qatar, but worldwide, that they are difficult to access, hard to log in, because we prioritize security. Yes, security is important, but we don't pay same level of attention to making it easy for the people who are approved to access, right? We want to block the attackers, but the people who have access, we don't make it easy for them. They also suffer from that experience. But they're also hard to navigate. So once I'm in, I'm finding the information, finding the services, not very easy. And the last but not least is that they're frustrating to use. I'm trying to complete a task, it takes me a long time, I have to put in a lot of effort, might not work. So all of that doesn't reflect the excellence that we have when it comes to our culture. Sorry, excuse me, can you get the clicker? Is not working. Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah. So now why does this matter? You say, why should I care? Okay, government services are hard. We know that. Why should I care? Well, one thing I want to say is that Qatar cares. We've put an ambitious target. The government's put an ambitious target of 90% of services to be digitized by 2030. That's an amazing target to have. But the study that says 67% of trust in government is driven by user experience. And as more and more services become digitized, the way people experience government is going to be online. This idea of going in person is going to slowly disappear if it hasn't already. On that, the expectations of citizens are now elevated because they're not comparing you to your old to version 1 or what you had last year. They're comparing you to all the tools that they're using on a day-to-day basis from worldwide. All the top best user experiences that they're using. So these expectations are there and they're impacting how much they trust the using. Now, why do I personally care about that? Sorry guys, the clicker isn't working at all. Excuse me, the clicker isn't working. Oh, there we go. Well, why does this matter to me personally? So I was born and raised in Qatar, and I've experienced the development, the digital transformation that happened, and I saw how both the benefits and the pain. Meaning, I saw how easier things became once they became digitized, but I also saw how it can be frustrating when you're trying to use a service and it doesn't work. And so it became a mission for me to make complex systems, specifically government services, easier to use for the people that rely on them. Because unfortunately, unlike other products that we use, which are like, you have competitors and alternatives. If you don't like one app, you can switch to the other. With government, a lot of times, unfortunately, this is only one option. You cannot change to a competitor. So there's a higher responsibility for us in government to make these services easy for the people that use them. And so I worked on business registration portals. I worked on pension portals and retirement systems. And I worked as well on HR systems, all in the government. So taking these complex systems and trying to make them easy and more importantly, focused on the people, not the technology, not the systems. And last year when I came back from Canada to Qatar to work in the User Experience Center of Excellence, which we're sort of soft launching, asterisk here for more on that later, inshallah. But the idea is one of the first things I did was I wanted to understand what is the state of user experience in Qatar right now. So I talked to people. I spoke to directors. I spoke to project managers, executives. I spoke to vendors. I spoke to consultants, just asking them simple questions. What is UX to you? And how is it being done right now? What are the problems you're facing? And how can I, as a center of excellence, and even as a... It was very insightful. And the findings from that research informed a lot of the content that you'll see here, but also it informed my mission. So it stopped being about, I just want to make services that are nice, as how can I empower all these teams, right, across the ecosystem to focus on the user and create services that are great and easy to use. So to me, horrible user experience right here. No. Yeah. So with that in mind, I want us to start from the sort of very beginning of one of the things that I realized is that there is a misunderstanding of what UX is. That's one of the biggest things that I found from my research. People think of UX as visual design. I want to put this out here. UX is not just visual design. It's not digital lipstick that you just slap on a system at the end of the project and make it pretty and call it a day. What it is this intentional process that puts people, that puts users at the center of it all. If you remove the jargon, the user experience interface, what it really is all about is humans, and is about intent. And I want to reference Her Excellency Sheikha Moses' talk this morning when she said it's human first. Absolutely, whether it's AI or otherwise, it's all about the humans. And these are tools that are meant to empower these humans to do something. So, process, people-centered, evidence-based. What does that mean? It means when we make decisions related to these products or these services that we're building, we're making them based on what the people that we want to serve are saying. We do research and we understand. And then based on that, we make our decisions. Based on that, we build our products and our services. And the last myth is that people think it's just for designers. Only designers are involved in UX. And that's also not correct. It's a shared responsibility. Executives, project managers, developers, even support staff are all part of that experience that we shape from the very beginning to the very end. So it's a responsibility that we must all share and collaborate on. So now that we have an understanding of what user experience is, the question then becomes, well, how can I build or how can I create excellent user experiences at scale? This is not responding. I have a deadline and it's much faster to run based on assumptions. I have a deadline and it's much faster to run based on assumptions. But the paradox here is that anytime that you gain in the short term, you lose later on in the form of reworks and redos because you're not informing the decisions you're making based on real user feedback. So it's a short-term, long-term thing. And so what does that mean? Well, what do I do when I talk to users? Simple. You need to understand who they are, right? What are their goals? What are they trying to accomplish in the context of the service that you're creating? And what is blocking them from achieving that? What are the problems that are there between them and the goals that they're trying to achieve? And that can be as simple as 5 conversations. It doesn't have to be expensive and huge, but it's better than nothing. It's better than doing it purely on your internal perspective. And when we do research right now, it's mostly been benchmarking. So what we do is we look at what are other services doing similar to mine? What are some of the patterns that I find and the trends that I think are relevant or I haven't done? And I compile that together and we copy these patterns. Now, benchmarking isn't bad. It's beneficial, it's helpful, you can learn a lot from it. But it doesn't replace talking to your users directly. Because primary research, that's how you innovate. If everyone is benchmarking against each other, who is innovating? So primary research is how you become the benchmark. How you talk to your users, you're focused on their needs, and then you come up with solutions that are tailored to them. You'll find everyone else looking at, oh, how did they come up with that? Well, it's because we conducted our own research. And so the earlier you do that, the better. So you can start research when it's at the end, we're just doing design, but the earlier you go in the project, the more impactful that research becomes. So you can use that to validate the strategy, you can use it to validate your roadmap, you can do it to validate the scope of a project or one feature. So the earlier you start, the better and the more impactful. And this, in our culture, this is grounded in what's called shura. So let me go back, sorry. That's grounded in the idea of shura, or consultation, where you don't make decisions that impact people without involving them in that decision. It's also grounded in humility, because it takes tawadu and humility to be like, I don't know, I need to ask and learn. And it's also grounded in sabr, patience, because it takes that extra time to go and ask questions and learn before you act. And last but not least, it's grounded in responsibility, in amana, because we are accountable for those people that we serve, for the decisions that we make that affect the tools and that we build. And so making sure that we do that due diligence is part of that accountability and part of that amana that we've been entrusted with. Next, please. Okay, so now that we've understood who the guest is, we know who they are and what their needs are, you can still provide a frustrating experience if you don't. There's multiple options for what can I do. Do I provide them with coffee? Do I give them tea? Do I cook at home? What should I cook? Do I order outside? There's all these different solutions that you can come up with. So how do you arrive at the best solution? Well, one of the things that we, again, from the research we noticed is that a lot of times, even though our mandates are collaborative, we tend to work in silo. And that in itself creates a few problems. One, there have duplicate efforts that are happening. Sometimes there's tension and unnecessary, let's say, competition as opposed to collaboration. So what can we learn from the user experience design process and from treating our guests, how what we're used to in our culture that we can bring into the workplace? Well, when we have a guest coming to our home, we involve the family or the roommates or whoever is involved in that co-hosting. And we hear from them, oh, okay, what can we cook? What do you think what do we have in the kitchen that we can cook? Or should we order out? All these different things. So what that translates to when it comes to practically what can I do is involve all the people impacted. And that, again, is grounded in this idea of shura. If you're making a decision that's going to impact people, you have to bring them into the process. That means your internal stakeholders, your external stakeholders, users, real citizens, bring them into the table when you're still at the idea stage, not after you've built it and invested thousands and millions into it. No, bring them at the idea stage and validate the solutions with them. And then start with yes and then end with yes but. Yes and means get a large number of ideas. In the very beginning, don't worry about feasibility, don't worry about how much it'll cost, just bring in all the ideas that you can, get all the multiple perspectives, and then at the end of the process, you start filtering according to different criteria. So that ensures that you capture everyone's perspective. Everyone feels ownership because they're part of the process, and that helps you get buy-in later on actually. Again, not in a manipulative way, but it's just as human nature. When they're involved in the process, even if it's not their idea directly, they've somehow contributed to the winning idea that came out. And also it helps us evaluate from multiple points of view. So I have a designer on the table, a developer, an executive, someone from healthcare, someone from transport. All these different perspectives come with their own life experiences. And that means whatever idea you come up with, it's not half-cooked, it's not just one-dimensional, and it can scale, can truly scale, and for the people that are involved in it. So in our tradition, this aspect is grounded again in this idea of ta'awun for good, or ta'awunu ala al-birr, which is collaborating for goodness. And that in itself has a compounding effect, which is this idea of barakah. Barakah is this divine goodness. With barakah, it's not 1 + 1 is not 2. And this in our tradition, this idea that there's barakah in jama'ah. There's barakah, the more people involved in something, if it's good, it's gonna compound. So 1 + 1 becomes 100, or even more. So this idea, we're missing some of that, I feel like, soul from the conversations that we have in our offices. So when we come together like that and we bring that into our attention, we will be surprised by the impact of things that come up. And it's also grounded in this idea of karam, or generosity, because generosity isn't just about being generous with your money. You can also be generous with your time. So you're a busy executive, take the time out, be part of the project. Or you can be generous with your idea. You know, sometimes we feel too scared to share ideas because, you know, what if someone steals it? Well, can you be generous there and not worry so much about that? because the point isn't about me doing it alone. It's about the end goal is the impact at the end of the day. So let's say now we've decided what we want to offer this guest, and we're ready to execute. But before that, an excellent host will check and make sure everything is ready. They will taste the food, because things could go wrong. The food could be too spicy, too salty. The lighting might not be great. The cushions might not be comfortable. So checking before the guest comes, making sure everything is to their liking, or it will be to their liking, or as expected. And this is, again, in reality, based on the research we've conducted, is a step, again, that a lot of us tend to skip. Not because of we don't care, it's just because, again, it could be a time matter, but also testing feels risky. You know, what if something comes up to be wrong? Or it's uncertain. I don't know what the results are going to be of that test. So it's easier to just roll it out and hope for the best. But again, the paradox here is that testing protects the users and protects the teams, because you don't want to find out that there's a problem with the design or a problem with the service after, you know, thousands have seen it and millions of riyals have been spent on full-scale implementation. You want to create a simple prototype of that and test that in advance of the full scale, and then make these changes while it's still cheap and or cost-effective to make these changes, right? So like making a change on a sketched by hand versus a change on a little static design versus a change in code, the cost increases as you go from there to there. Can you go back? And so what that means is it's testing with real users, working on real scenarios in real environments. So the closer you are to the reality of where the service is going to be used, the better and more accurate results you're going to get with your test. And iterate means repeat the test as much as needed. Well, obviously there's budgets, there's time, so as much as your time allows. But let's say you are blessed and you have an open budget and time. When do I stop testing? You stop testing when you've repeated the test and you haven't gotten any new information. The same results from the last test are now from this test, and we verified that it works. This is one indicator that you can stop testing and that your product is in a good place. And this is grounded in our tradition, because testing is one way where we can be more mindful of our resources. It's a cost-effective method of ensuring that we don't waste the budgets, the people's times, by making sure that what we're building is correct and doing it in a cost-effective manner. That's part of shukr and being grateful for the ni'mah that we have and the blessings that we have. And it's also grounded in mercy, because making things easier and less frustrating when we know something is broken and we fix it before it rolls out, that's part of mercy and rahmah. And it's also grounded, again, in consultation and in shura. And this keeps coming because, and I can't stress this enough, we should not make decisions that impact people without them being involved in it. That's how it's been in our tradition always. And last but not least, the guest is here. They're sitting on the table. They're eating. But we don't, as soon as the guest comes and they start, we don't just leave. You don't just leave them on the table and go. You're still there. You're weighing on them. You're supporting them. You're making sure that, you know, all their needs are there. If they ask for something, you're supporting them. If something goes wrong, you don't blame the guest. You're saying, no, it's your fault that the food's not. You actually take responsibility and you fix that thing. This is the same in digital services. And unfortunately, a lot of times what happens is once we launch, we have a big hooray moment and we move on. We move on to the next project. Our attention shifts. You know, the support starts to be slowing down. The response to feedback is hard to give. So we don't maintain these services long enough and at the same speed as what we were when we were, you know, full speed ahead and we had the deadline. So how can we do that? How can we mitigate that? One way is to build a dedicated team. A small team. It can be just 3-4 people. A developer, a designer, a project manager. They're just there to, everything they do from a day-to-day is this one service. They wake up, they work on the service, and so on. They're not working on, let's say, 5 other services, and they're spread so thin. This is part of this thing called product culture, and I've heard this in a talk today as well around this demand or this need or this realization that product culture is something that we need to develop and build in Qatar. And that's one of those things, building a dedicated team for each service or each product. Making the support easy. Making, as a user, now that its service is launched, how can I come and find support? Is it easy or is it hard to contact, to get help? Are we measuring the performance and are we measuring the right things? This is another thing. After we go live, we need to have good performance indicators that tells me that my service is doing well. And I need to use that data to continuously iterate and improve. So that small dedicated team that we talked about, they're measuring, they're capturing qualitative and quantitative feedback, and they have a roadmap of features that they're going to continuously improve. Now compare this to every 5 years, we're going to do a big revamp of whatever tool that we have. The first one, you're continuously making small improvements. The cost isn't huge, and the users are feeling, every time I log in, I see something new. Versus I have to wait 5 years, and now it's a big revamp, and now I've lost a lot of the learning that I've had in the previous one. So again, this idea of iterative development is very important. And what enables all of that is what's called a design system. And that's something that I want to bring your attention to. If you haven't heard of it already, please do look it up. But it's this idea of having a unified set of elements to design with. That ensures consistency across different services and across the same pages of the same service. And again, this is grounded in this idea of keeping your commitments. Now that I've gone live, I've made a promise to my users, and after I launch, I have to keep that promise. That's what's called wafa in our tradition. And it's also grounded in this idea of precision. I'm going above and beyond. I'm not as done, it works, and that's it. In our culture, this is very deep. And then we talked about responsibility and yusr. Similarly, now that the tool is launched, people are using it on a day-to-day to actually get things done, whether it's a business or a father trying to renew something for a family. People are relying on this, and it's our responsibility to make sure that it works and it continues to work. So if you look at it, the process really is in sense together with everyone involved. We test, we make low cost-effective prototypes, we test and test before we go to full-scale implementation, before we commit, and then we deliver with responsibility. And that means we maintain and we continue to preserve that excellence throughout the life cycle of the product or the service. And these are not design trends, these are not new terminologies. This is very deeply grounded in values that we've grew up with in this region. So, well, what can you do today? What can I do starting right now? Okay, I like this. What can I do? If you're an executive, one simple thing is to ask, whatever decision your experience is a team sport. It's not, as I mentioned, it's a shared responsibility. So we're establishing this user experience center of excellence at the ministry, and it's meant to be a shared capability for us to champion designing services around the needs of the people. What we do is we offer practical advice, guidance, tools, and different standards that are going to say, okay, what does good UX look like? We want to be able to provide something for people who are starting. And we want to support across different projects and teams so that we're able to have a consistent, scalable approach to user experience across Qatar and across the government services. Be a bottleneck to provide you. If you're interested in making things better and you feel like this resonates with you, then we can share. As I said, user experience is community. If what I've mentioned here and different ways to get involved and collaborate. That was all for me, and thank you so much for your time and feedback. Assalamu alaikum.
اوكي ولما نبي نشغل الفيديو نكست صح؟ انه عندنا فيديو نكست.
عندكم فيديو؟
اي نكست.
نكست المفروض يشغل واعد.
اوكي.
بيروح نكست.
مش لازم الصوت يعني. مش لازم الصوت.
اذا انتم الصوت او لا عادي. تقدروا تحطوا مايك عند السماعه اذا بينفع تصرفوا عادي.
Hello, hello.
This one? Yes, you force it. Or give it.
لا لا هو كلهم محطوطين. هذا البروتوتايب اللي ناقص. This is the last one. Then what does she want all of them? I don't know.
This is whose iPad?
Okay, then we'll put them here. The first one. Okay, take these ones. The only one.
الزلمه اللي قاعد جنب هذا لازم يقوم. Test.
And what is this competition?
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Few minutes. Okay, we'll start in a few minutes.
هاي الامور لا تركزي عليها. ساعتين وانا اسولف لك. ركزي انت ايش بتسولف.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. وقل ربي زدني علما. صدق الله العظيم. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, educators, students, and partners, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome to the closing ceremony of the AI Internet of Things in Sports Hackathon, proudly organized by Ministry of Communications and Information Technology through outstanding Studio 5, in collaboration with the Ministry of Sports and Youth, Cisco Academy, and Aspire. Today, we celebrate creativity, collaboration, and the bold ideas of young minds who have integrated AI, Internet of Things, and coding into sports and health. Over the past 2 years, participants have gained new knowledge in Python programming, AI, electronics, and Internet of Things, while working in teams to solve the use cases provided by Aspire. Our agenda for today includes a welcoming speech by Ms. Duha Al-Buhindi, Director of the Digital Society and Digital Competencies Department at the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology, followed by student pitch demos presented to our esteemed judging panel. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Ms. Duha Al-Buhandi to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished jury, dear hackathon participants, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's our pleasure to welcome you to the pitching day of the Artificial Intelligence and Internet of Things in Sport Hackathon, organized by the Ministry of Communications and Information Technology with participation of the Ministry of Sports and Youth, Cisco Academy, Aspire Zone, and 321 Museum. We are pleased together today to witness the outcome of Studio 5's hackathon at Web Summit. Today's presentations reflects the results of both the learning track and practical track of the hackathon, which took place from the 19th to 31st of January. During this period, students aged 19 to 24 completed incentive training program in coding, IoT, and artificial intelligence, followed by focused teamwork to develop the prototype which you will see today. The solutions were developed in a response to a real-world challenges and identified by Aspire Zone and shared with a participant as practical use cases. The approach was to ensure that there is a strong connection between learning, innovation, and real application. The prototype will be evaluated today by our distinguished judges, will also be showcased in Sports Festival next week, organized by Aspire Zone and 321 Museum. We warmly invite you to visit the exhibition from February 8th till February 12th. Now, let's begin today pitching presentations and experience the creativity, innovation, and dedication from our young participants as they present their AI and IoT solutions for sports. Thank you for joining us today. We wish you all, and we wish all the participants the very best. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
We extend our sincere thanks to Ms. Duha Al-Buhandi for her inspiring welcoming speech. Now, we invite you to watch a short video that captures the key moments from this hackathon.
في وزارة الاتصالات وتكنولوجيا المعلومات متمثلة في استديو 5 بدأنا عامنا 2026 بتعاون مميز في تنظيم هاكاثون الذكاء الاصطناعي وإنترنت الأشياء في الرياضة. تم خلال الهاكاثون التعاون مع عدد من الجهات أبرزها وزارة الرياضة والشباب والتي مثلت الشريك الاستراتيجي للهاكاثون، علاوة على الشريك التقني للهاكاثون وهو شركة سيسكو التي زودت المشاركين بعدد من الحلول التقنية التي يمكنهم استخدامها في تنفيذ مشاريعهم.
طبعا ياتي هذا التعاون لله الحمد بين وزاره الرياضه والشباب ووزاره الاتصالات من خلال طبعا شباب يقدمون حلول مجتمعيه، افكار جديده في المجتمع. موجودين اليوم طبعا في هاكاثون الذكاء الاصطناعي لاستخدام التكنولوجيا والذكاء الاصطناعي في معالجه وتقديم حلول لممارسه الرياضه لافراد المجتمع متماشيه مع رؤيه قطر 2030.
يسعدنا اليوم اطلاق مبادره جديده ومميزه بالتعاون مع استوديو 5
المبادرة هي عبارة عن ماراثون تعليمي راح يعلم الطلاب مهارات البرمجة والذكاء الاصطناعي وإنترنت الأشياء. الهدف منه إثراء المجتمع القطري بالمهارات اللازمة للعصر القادم، وتمكين الشباب من الحصول على مهارات من مجال التكنولوجيا وتطبيقها بمجالات عملية.
We are all excited to witness the innovative projects that our participants have developed. Today, we have 5 teams that they will present their work to our distinguished judging panel and special guests. Thank you for accepting our invitation and for being here to support us and to celebrate the achievements of these young innovators. Our esteemed panel includes Nof Al-Haddad, Head of Digital Competencies at MCIT and Studio 5 Project Manager, Sheikh Mohammed Al-Thani, President of the 321 Qatar Olympic and Sport Museum, Abdurrahman Khamis, Deputy Executive Manager of Qatar Scientific Club, Awad Al-Shammari, Events Coordinator, Qatar Sports for All Federation, Mustafa Badawi, NetCAD Lead and Training Consultant, Cisco Qatar, Rania Diab, Director of General Services, Aspire. So welcome everyone. Our students will now take the stage to present their prototypes addressing Aspire's use cases. Each team will have 5 minutes to showcase their work, followed by a 3-minute question and answer session with our panel of judges. Their projects will be evaluated based on the following criteria: ideation and alignment with the theme, physical or digital prototype, interactivity, creativity, teamwork, presentation, and pitch. Important note to our esteemed judges, we kindly request that you evaluate each project immediately. Okay, so we don't have really too much time. You need to do the evaluation immediately, and after the team has finished presentation, the evaluation criteria are available on the iPads provided. So on your iPads, you will have the evaluation criteria and the form of the evaluation. Now, ready? Let us welcome Group 1.
خلينا نبدأ بسؤال بسيط. كم مرة كنت ناوي تلعب علي صوت؟ تمام. نحط البرزنتيشن. طيب انتوا يمكن تقفوا هناك وانا اقف هنا ولا ايه؟ تقف هناك في الاخر؟ هي كده في الاخر. انت عايز تقف هنا؟
خلينا نبدأ بسؤال بسيط. كم مرة كنت جاهز تلعب وعندك ماتش بس اللي بيقف معاك مش كم مرة كنت ناوي تلعب وعندك استعداد ومكان موجود بس الماتش ما كملش؟ مش علشان انت مش عايز تلعب، لكن علشان مش دايما سهل تلاقي الناس المناسبة في الوقت المناسب. بعد الحماس ده الواقع بيبان. تنظيم اللعب بيبقى أصعب من اللعب نفسه. مواعيد بتتغير وحاجات بسيطة بتعطل كل حاجة، وده اللي بيخلي الناس تبطل تحاول، وملاعب جاهزة بتفضل فاضية. ومن هنا جت الفكرة، وكانت مرتبطة بحاجة أكبر وهي رؤية قطر 2030. 2030 بتشوف إن الرياضة مش نشاط جانبي، لكن جزء أساسي من حياة الفرد وجودة يومه. بس عشان الرياضة تبقى عادة لازم تكون سهلة الوصول وسهلة التنظيم، وده إن إحنا بنشيل كل العوائق اللي بتقف ما بين الشخص وبين اللعب، ونحول الرياضة من حاجة محتاجة تخطيط لحاجة طبيعية بتحصل كل يوم. طيب احنا بنساعد مين؟ بنساعد الناس اللي شغلها كتير ومش عندها وقت ان هي تخطط وهي تلعب. تاني حاجة الشباب الصغيرة اللي عايزة تدور على دايرة اجتماعية بخلفية رياضية. الناس الجديدة اللي في المدينة ما بيبقاش عندها قاعدة اجتماعية، فسهل الرياضة ان هي تكون كونكشن ما بينهم. بس.
ليه فكرتنا بتكون مميزه عن غيرنا؟ ان احنا من الاخر بنعمل ايه؟ استخدمنا الاي اي في ان احنا نظبط الجروبس واليوزرز كلهم في ان احنا نحطهم في بلاتفورم واحده بتنظم الحاجات اللي هم المشتركين فيها في انواع الرياضه اللي بيحبوها، الليفل بتاعهم، الحاجه اللي هم مشتركين فيها في الانترستس، كمان في السكيلز، كل الكلام ده كله. تاني حاجه استخدمنا كمبيوتر فيجن في ان احنا نخلي في اي دي فيريفيكيشن، ان انت بتتاكد ان الكوميونتي بتاعك كله خالي من التوكسيك بلايرز، او ان احنا ممكن لو حصل اي حاجه نعرف ان احنا نتخذ اجراء قانوني معاه. تالت حاجه عندنا السيستم اوتو بوك ذا فينو، ان احنا من الاخر بنعمل ايه؟ بنعمل بالاوتومايزيشن للحجز والماتش ميكنج، ان احنا بنعمل السكواد على طول، السكواد بيعمل بوكينج والبيمنت بتحصل انستنتلي على طول في نفس الوقت. اخر حاجه ان احنا بنعمل رانكينج سيستم بيخلي اللعيبه متحفزه، يخليهم يرجعوا لنا تاني، نخليهم دايما عندهم روح للرياضه ويفضلوا مكملين، وده بيعمل التكامل مع الرؤيه بتاعت قطر في 2030. اول حاجه احنا خلينا التطبيق بسيط خالص. انت بتعمل لوج ان، بتحط الانترست بتاعتك كل حاجه، بعديها بتدور على الماتش اللي انت عايزه، وبعدها بتروح تلعب. وده اللي احنا عايزينه، ما نخليش الحاجه فيها تفاصيل كتير ان هي تزهق المستخدم بتاعنا. وفي بروتوتايب ممكن اوريه لحضراتكم بردك. اول حاجه بنستعمل هنا السيفتي، الاي دي فيريفيكيشن. تمام، مش عايز معلق، ما اعرفش ليه. طب اعمل له سكيب، ولا اعمل ايه؟ مش عايز اشتغل. تمام. هو عموما احنا عشان بس مش شغال، مش عارف كليكنج مش عايز يظبط ليه. اول حاجه ان الفكره ان بتحط الاي دي فيريفيكيشن. تاني حاجه بحط بقى تفاصيل اليوزر داتا كلها، اللي هو النمبر والكلام ده كله، واحنا بناخد اليوزر داتا دي عشان ان احنا نظبط اللي هو بنعرف هويه الشخص، مش بنحتاج غير عشان بس الفيريفيكيشن. تمام. ثالث حاجه بنحط اللي هو بيختار مثلا عنده البادل، بيختار ان هو البوزيشن بتاعه، الليفل بتاعه، هل هو بيجنر، انترميديت، هاي برو بلاير يعني وكده. وبعديها اخر حاجه بيخش على التطبيق، والتطبيق بيظبط له الكوميونتي بتاعه على حسب اللي هو اختاره. تمام؟ اللي هو مثلا الحته دي هو هنا بيختار البادل، وممكن يخش على السبورت بتاعته ويخش على السكواد، يحجز مكان، بيحصل بيمنت انستنتلي على طول. تمام؟ احنا كنا بنفكر في بروتوتايب لكل الرياضات، بس عارفين انها تفاصيل كتير، التايم مانجمنت ما ساعدناش. فعشان ايه؟ فالبادل اخترناه عشان هو يكون بيوافق ان احنا بنخلي سوشيال، بنعمل مجتمع كبير. برايزنج ان قطر يعني بقى فيري فايرال ان قطر ان ذا لاست 3 years. تمام؟ عشان بس التفاصيل كمان زياده. ودلوقتي البيزنس مع
المفروض 5 دقايق. طيب هي حطينا بس الريفينيو ستريم، وهي بتبقى كوميشن وبريميوم سبسكريبشن. تمام؟ والفينيو بارتنرشيب. تمام؟ عملناها باستخدام البيزنس موديل كانفاس، هي معانا جاهزه كلها. تمام؟ يمكن تقلب.
معايا. اول حاجه الحاجات اللي احنا استخدمناها الرياكت نيتيف اند جافا سكريبت عشان نعمل الماتش ميكنج، وعشان نعمل اليوزر انترفيس تكون انتراكتيف مع اليوزر. تاني حاجه كمبيوتر فيجن عشان الاي دي فيريفيكيشن، وان هي تعرف ان الشخص ده 18 سنه فما فوق ولا لا. تالت حاجه استعملناها الاي اي عشان احنا النولج بتاعتنا في البروجرامينج ما كانتش اللي هي اللي توصلنا للبروتوتايب اللي احنا عايزينه، فاستعملناه عشان يطور شويه في الانتراكتيف بتاعت اليوزر والانترفيس.
اقلب انت من هنا. السلام عليكم. احنا واجهتنا مشاكل من اول ما بدأنا المشروع. الوقت كان ضيق جدا، كل دقيقة كانت ليها قيمة، كل ثانية كنا بنحاول نحل مشكلة عشان نتقدم خطوة لقدام. في البداية ما حدش كان يعرف التاني، ولا حد خاض تجربة زي دي قبل كده، فكان كل واحد ليه تفكيره وطريقته. لكن بعد ما قعدنا مع بعض وسعينا وصلنا بقينا شغالين كفريق واحد، وعرفنا نشتغل ونعمل البرنامج. دي الحاجات اللي في الفيوتشر. احنا بدأنا رياضة البادل عشان هي رياضة بسيطة وواضحة وقابلة للتنفيذ في الحقيقة، لكن احنا بعد كده هنضيف رياضات تانية بحيث نرضي جميع الأطراف. وبرضو احنا هنستخدم، ممكن نضيف خاصية اننا نحلل ونصور ونحلل المباريات، بحيث الشخص يقدر يشوف أداؤه، يتابع تطوره، ويقدر يشارك لقطاته المميزة بسهولة.
وبس
كده.
ايوه الوقت خلص.
شكرا.
شايفني.
الله يعطيكم العافيه على الفكره والبرزنتيشن. الصراحه انا I can see myself، يعني اقدر اشوف نفسي اني استخدم نفس هذه التطبيقات. لكن عندي سؤال الحين، انا ما شفت اي اناليسز او تحليل للمنتجات اللي موجوده اوريدي في السوق. فسؤالي، هل في منتجات موجوده في السوق؟ وكيف بولس اسمه، كيف بولس راح يقدر يكون متميز عن اللي موجود؟
هو في الحقيقه في تطبيق اسمه بلايتوميك. تمام؟ بس هو في زاويه محدده، وبلايتوميك هو حاجه جلوبال، يعني حاجه دوليه، موجود في اكتر من دوله. طيب ايه الزاويه اللي هو بيلعب فيها؟ ان هو بس في البادل والتنس. تمام؟ غير كده ان هو الرانكينج سيستم عنده ضعيف، يعني بيعتمد مثلا على سيرفي. لو انا مثلا دلوقتي انا ما بعرفش العب بادل، ودخلت السيرفي بتاعه، هو بيقول لي مثلا اسئله انت بتعرف تضرب الكوره، واسئله حاجه زي كده. تمام؟ فانا يمكن مثلا مستواي ضعيف والرانكينج بتاعي يبقى عالي من خلال الاسئله دي. تمام؟ والناس مهووسه بالرانكينج سيستم عامه يعني. والريسيرش اللي احنا عملنا عليها شفنا عليها باد ريفيوز على الرانكينج سيستم بتاعهم من سنتين، وهم لحد الان ما عدلوش اي حاجه فيها. وده اعتقد ان هو بسبب ان هم شركه كبيره وصعبه ان هي تبقى فليكسيبل زي ستارت اب او حاجه زي كده.
يعطيكم العافيه شباب. وفكره جميله لكن هي موجوده في السوق مثل ما قال اخوي عبد الرحمن. سؤالي بالنسبه لتحليل الحالات، مثل قلت رياضه البدء بالتحديد، كيف راح يتم تحليل حالات اللاعبين في حال لعبهم في ارضيه الملعب؟ هل بتستخدمون سناسر معينه؟ هل بيكون في طريقه داتا معينه؟
احنا كنا هنعمل ايه؟ ان احنا هنتفق مثلا في كورتس كثيره جدا في قطر. لما جينا بحثنا في حوالي 150 كورت، فاحنا قلنا هنعمل ايه؟ مثلا نخصص كورتس معينه نربط السيستم بتاعنا بيهم ويكون عندهم كاميرات بنعرف منها ان احنا نحدد نعمل انالايز للماتش. يقدر الشخص يحب ان هو يشوف الريكوردات بتاعته يانالايز. ممكن نعمل ميزه بريميوم ان احنا نخلي الاي اي هو يعمل له انالايز ويقول له مثلا يزود البرفورمانس بتاعه ازاي، يقلله ازاي، الحاجات دي كلها.
Now we invite group 2. Sorry?
Adi.
Okay. We will give 2 minutes for the evaluation. Okay. You done with the evaluation? Okay. Now, we invite group 2 to the stage to showcase their innovative solution. Welcome, group 2. Ready? Group 2. Ready? Okay, so welcome group 2.
Imagine this. You have to score the final goal of your match. The crowd is watching and your heart is racing. Pressure is inevitable in sports, but most athletes don't notice the stress building up until mistakes happen.
And here, our problem steps in. As you can see in the graph, when you're feeling calm and you're feeling good about yourself, your anxiety is going to be low and your performance is going to be high. Whereas when you're feeling stressed and you're feeling like you're not very well, your anxiety is going to be high and your performance is going to be very low. And that is why mental stress will reduce your performance.
And this is where we step in. We developed Anchor D, a smart wearable device that helps athletes manage stress under pressure, keeping them focused and in control. So this is our big idea. Our goal is to help athletes manage stress under pressure. But the problem is that when athletes are under stress, their brain is already overloaded with information. So our solution was to calm the athletes through their body and not their mind. And hence, we decided to use rhythm and a concept known as haptic entrainment, where vibrations will be given to the athlete at 6 times in a minute to bring their heart rate and the breathing rate to an optimal rate. Our smart solution. Step 1. First, the athlete will wear our device and it will measure the resting heart rate. Step 2. Real-time stress detection. Anchor D continuously monitors heart rate, and if stress is detected, the haptic entrainment starts. So if stress is detected, then 6 pulses in a minute will be given, which mimics the optimal breathing rate. Physiological regulation. Rhythmic external cues will automatically lead to slowing down of the breathing rate, and the parasympathetic nervous system activates. And step 4, finally, Anchor D continuously evaluates if the heart rate has stabilized. If yes, the vibrations stop. If no, then the vibrations continue.
Here are some of the studies that support the approach behind Anchor D.
And here are the tools that we use. These are the software, hardware, and this one are the software that we used for our projects.
And this is our smart solution prototype. As you can see, we have the breadboard where we connected the 3 components, the heart sensor, the vibrator, and the seat studio. And then here are our العنود, so that you can see. So here are this is our code, and this is our final product. This is how it works. So العنود is stressed now. and this is going to vibrate to calm her down. It's going to sink in with her heart rate. So right now,
it's detecting Al-Anoud's baseline heart rate, and if it detects that the heart rate is going up, it will automatically start the vibration. And now it's vibrating. You can feel the vibrations.
Yeah. Okay. So that he can feel?
Yeah. Yeah. You can touch the box and it will start vibrating. Every 10 seconds. Yeah, now it works. Just hold your hand for 10 seconds. It vibrates for 700 milliseconds. 700 milliseconds. Okay. Come fast.
You can just touch it and then we'll see it.
Every 10 seconds.
There's no time, guys.
Yeah.
Our time is tight. Okay.
And for our audience, our primary audience and secondary audience. For primary audience, there are the professional amateur athletes, and for the secondary audience, coaches, trainers, and adults.
And this is our business model. For our key partners, we want to partner up with Aspire Academy and the Qatar Olympic Committee. You can have a look on our value propositions. Our channels, we want to distribute our wearables through universities and collaborations. For cost breakdown, this is the cost breakdown. Our final product cost is going to be 200 Qatari riyals.
Privacy and ethics. Data minimization, no audio, video, and location collection. On-device processing, stress detection, performed locally on the device.
And here are the challenges we overcame.
And our future plan is as follows. First, we will refine our product. It will be smaller and more ergonomic, and it will use biocompatible materials. Second, we will also have a performance insight report for coaches so that they can review their athletes' real-time stress detection. And third, we also want to conduct further research and validate our idea across different sports. Thank you very much.
Any questions?
الله يعطيكم الصحة والعافية. طبعا مشروع وجهد جبار، وأنا الصراحة يعني بحكم يعني الباك جراوند أو خلفيتي التقنية في الهندسة الكهربائية، فأنا جدا يعني أشعر بقرب لهذا المشروع، لأن فعلا استخدامكم للمايكرو كنترولرز واستخدامكم لل 3 دي برنترز يعني خلينا نقول بطريقة إبداعية، فهذا شيء يعني أحييكم عليه. طبعا أنا دائما، وهذا السؤال أنا بسألكم إياه بس بعد دائما بسأله حق أي جروب ما يعطيني هالمعلومة، وهي يعني نغزة حق الجروبات الباقية على أساس أن يحضرون نفسهم. ليش بنيتوا الهاردوير اللي بنيتوه الحين حاليا انكر دي وما استخدمتوا مثلا شيء اوريدي موجود في الماركت وسويتوا له كستمايزيشن على سبيل المثال؟
Okay, I'll answer in English. Okay, so in the market, you can see Apple Watch, Garmin, Fitbit, and also like Whoop, which is the newly launched brand. So, but what they do is that they don't focus on real-time stress regulation. They will have screens, they will have audio cues, and then there is an app where your data is stored on the cloud. But we're not doing any of that. Our data is secure. It will be only used for the on your device locally. It will not be sent to any companies whatsoever. There is no screen, no audio, so that the athlete does not get distracted during their game. And vibration is only a thing which has not been focused on much for calming the athletes down.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you so much for the amazing presentation.
Thank you.
Just I'd like you to walk me through the science behind it. So
Sure.
I have my smartwatch. My heart rate goes up.
Yeah.
It vibrates. How does that activate the parasympathetic nervous system?
Right, I'll just explain in a minute. Okay, so it's not working, but I'll explain you. Okay, yeah. So this is a chart you can follow to understand the science behind it. So we decided to calm the athletes through their body and not their mind, since their mind is already like overloaded with information. So what we use is rhythmic physical cues, which in our case are vibrations. So when the heart rate spikes, or when it detects that the heart rate is going above a certain limit, suppose 110 or 185 for athletes, the vibrations start at 6 times in a minute. Now why 6 times? Because 6 times in a minute is the optimal breath rate for athletes. So that's why whenever it vibrates 6 times in a minute, it automatically mimics the optimal breath rate. And this technique is called haptic entrainment. And you can see our research sources which show that haptic entrainment
So
works.
if it vibrates, it means breathe slower, or does it tell me to just breathe?
Yeah, it tells you that it helps your body to calm down. It doesn't require you to think about anything.
Okay.
It will help your body.
Yeah, just one question from my side. Thank you so much for the great presentation. Just I have a concern regarding the availability.
Right.
These things should be available to the public.
Right.
Yani you can't stick to a watch. For
Right.
example, we can have a glass, we can have a chips. Do you have any challenges in the future if this is available or no availability? Another concerns, I already agree with my colleagues that compatibility. We have a lot of now a lot of technologies from iOS, Android, from Fitbit that also offer the same services, let's say. So the compatibility, have you already have a look about compatibility and availability for this product?
Okay, so first off, like our product will be launched as a watch since we're just in the beginning of our startup. So and as we like look at our market and as we look at the audience, how they respond to us, then we will introduce different variety of products. Maybe we can use sunglasses, maybe we can use rings, like the ultra human ring, which is already there. So we will try to do that, but our use case will be focused mainly on athletes so that they don't get distracted during the game. There is no like audio or visual distractions for them. So our primary audience will be athletes, but as we like conduct further market research, we will expand our products.
Good luck.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So we will give 1 minute for the evaluation. Okay. Thank you, Group 2, for the impressive presentation. Let us keep the energy going as we welcome Group 3 on stage. Actually, we have a real story behind the motivation of this group developing their project. And we invited our Muhammad Al-Hassan. Okay, you can help your colleague, please, to come here. Why no? أهلا وسهلا محمد، شرفتنا. أهلا وسهلا. So welcome Group 3. أحمد.
السلام عليكم. صوت واضح؟ برفع صوتي شوي. احنا جروب جي تك بلس. في البداية نعرفكم على عمرنا. اسمي أحمد محمد علي، أنا كلية المجتمع وصاحب الفكرة وشاركت في تطوير الهاردوير والنظام الاس او اس اللي في الجهاز.
ومعاكم عبد الرحمن ياسر.
ارفع المايك.
معاكم عبد الرحمن ياسر، أنا مبرمج المستخدم، مساهم في اختبار مشروع وساهمت في الديزاين شوي.
السلام عليكم، معاكم عبد الله مهندي وانا مصمم العرض اللي الحين انتم تشوفونه، وايضا بعد مساهم في المشروع يعني من خلال اشياء بسيطه، وايضا اعطى افكار بعد في المشروع.
السلام عليكم، معكم مازن محمد، طالب كمبيوتر انجينيرنج في جامعه قطر. ساهمت في برمجه النظام وساهمت برضه في تعديل البرزنتيشن.
بنعرفكم على رفيقنا محمد صديقي وزميلي في الدراسة في نفس التخصص، وسمعونا أحلى تحية حق أبو حسن، استاهل.
وباقي الصور ترى مني، باقي الصور بدون ما أقول له أوكي.
من الانستغرام نزله.
اسمي محمد حسن. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اسمي محمد حسن، صحفي واعلامي رياضي.
ترفع المايك زين بعد.
اسمي محمد حسن، صحفي واعلامي رياضي. اليوم بتكلم عن تجربتي، بس عقب ما الشباب يتكلمون عن مشروعهم.
ودي الحين تقول عن تجربتك في الماراثون.
اوكي. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اسمي محمد حسن، صحفي واعلامي رياضي. تمرست، لعبت رياضه من الصغر تقريبا لين عمر 19 20 سنه. عقبها اتجهت للاعلام الرياضي، مؤخرا رجعت للرياضه. صرت اتمرن مسافات طويله، جري ومن هالكلام. شاركت مؤخرا في ماراثون اريدو في 2026. حصلت صعوبه في بعض الاماكن في المسار، بان عشان يحسبون التايمر حق كل مشترك كان لازم ان الله يعزكم يدوسون على شيء ايوه اللي كان لونه احمر، اللي
المطبه اللي تحمله كابل،
اللي هو اصلا معروف في كل مسارات العالم يكون حتى نفس اللون. فاعتقد ان هالشيء كان عائق بالنسبه لي او بالنسبه حق اي حد يشارك في مسافات طويله يستخدم ويل شير. وهالشيء موجود اصلا حتى في الحياه العمليه العاديه، يعني في يومنا الطبيعي. الحين لو نشوف حوالين الدي اي سي سي بعد بنحصل كهرباء او وايرات فوقهم اللي هو القمع الاصفر اللي هو نفس الرصيف الاصفر. فايضا هاي بعد عائق بالنسبه حق الاشخاص اللي يستخدمون كراسي متحركه، خاصه اذا كانوا مثلا مو منتبهين، مو بشايفين تحت، وكانوا مثلا مسرعين. يعني مثلا ابسط مثال في الماراثون، لما هو ماراثون، هو سباق، فاكيد الشخص اللي على ويل شير راح يزيد السرعه، راح يزيد الرتم، فممكن انه ما ينتبه، ممكن انه يطيح، يعرقل السير، اللي وراه يتحنقلون من نفس الكلام. يعني
يعطيك العافيه ابو حسن، ما قصرت. ليش جيتك؟ في الكراسي الويل شير، يعني كل ما زاد الجي فورس كل ما تقل زاويه الامان اللي المنحدر اللي يطلع عليه. فلذلك احنا دمجنا بين الجي اللي هو الجي فورس والتكنولوجي اللي هو شغلنا يعني. بالنسبه لجيتك، هو اصلا مشروع شاركت فيه في هاكاثون شفلح 2025 بالتعاون مع نادي العلم القطري، وفزت فيه في المركز الثاني على مستوى الجامعات. وحاليا المشروع في قيد اعداد الملف للتسجيل في وزاره التجاره، مكتب براءه الاختراع القطري. اما جيتك بلس، اخذنا نفس الفكره من جيتك، ولكن طورنا عليه بحيث ان خلينا عليه انترفيس، خلينا عليه مجموعه سنسورات اكثر، خلينا فيه 4G، طبعا في نظام SOS في حال اذا تعرض يعني لاي خطر، ممكن ان الرساله تروح لاهله او مثلا الشخص المسؤول لها والمؤسسه اللي ترعاه. الجهاز يراقب عده مؤشرات صحيه، ايضا حراره الجو والرطوبه، وايضا الجي فورس اللي يعني يتحمله الكرسي، بالاضافه الى البيتش او الرول اللي يكون عليه في حال اذا تجاوز هذا المستوى الامان، ممكن انه يكون عنده تحذير مرئي له وللي حوله، ايضا الشخص المسؤول عنه، في سواء اذا كان من الاهل او من المساعدين او المركز اللي مثلا هو تابع له.
السلام عليكم. بنتكلم اليوم عن المخاطر اللي يرصدها النظام بشكل مختصر، ومن اهمها اللي هي درجه الحراره وارتفاع رطوبه الجو، لان ممكن في ناس ان ما عندها الحس ان تشعر بهالشيء، فالجهاز يرسل نفس SMS حق الشخص اللي مسؤول عن اصحاب الهمم ويحذرهم بهالشيء، لانه وبالنسبه حق اختلاط حق نبضات القلب وزاويه الميل، ممكن الشخص وقت ما يسوي رياضه ممكن ما يحس بهالشيء، فيجي التنبيه حق الشخص المسؤول عنه.
تمام.
وبتكلم هنا عن الاشياء اللي بتظهر في الجهاز سواء عند المستخدم او عند الشخص المسؤول. اول شيء عنده اقتراب من الخطر بيجيه نفس التحذير ان انتبه، ترى في شيء ان انت مثلا وصلت لزاويه، هذه الزاويه ممكن انها تصير خطر. بعدين في النقطه الثانيه عند وقوع الخطر، يوم خلاص يكون مثلا في وسط الرام او شيء، يجيه تحذير على الجهاز ويوصل حق الشخص اللي مسؤول عنه عن طريق SMS 4G، ان انتبه ترى الشخص مثلا طاح لا سمح الله، ويعطيه اللوكيشن ويعطيه الهارت ريت وباقي التفاصيل.
زين، بالنسبه لمحتوى الرساله اللي توصل في رساله الاس او اس، عندنا اسم الشخص بالاضافه لنوع الدينجرس اللي هو صاده، بالاضافه لكل البارامتر اللي عندنا اللي هو الهارت ريت والتلت والبيتش، بالاضافه لللوكيشن. في حال اذا كنا في اندور، يعني ما عندنا اللوكيشن، ما عندنا اشاره اللوكيشن، فبيكون عندنا معلومات لاقرب برج اتصالات موجود له، فممكن انه بواسطه هالمعلومات اللي تظهر، يعني الاي دي تبع برج الاتصالات، ممكن ان يحددون موقعه الجهات المختصه. انا شخصيا جربت هذا النظام وعندهم الاخوان في مركز القياده الوطني. بالنسبه للاشخاص اللي احنا نستهدفهم، يعني هم الاشخاص ذوي الاعاقه اللي هم اصلا ممارسين الرياضه او انه بيشاركون في فعاليات رياضيه. ايضا الاشخاص الطبيعيين او ذوي الاعاقه اللي في حياتهم اليوميه، يعني كل يوم ممكن ان يتعرضون لاي واحد من هالاخطار. كذلك مقدمي الرعايه الصحيه ومراكز تاهيل نفس الاخوان في شفلح مثلا، ممكن ان ايضا يركبون هذا الجهاز للاعضاء او العيال اللي عندهم، يعني ان يراقبونهم. ايضا ممكن الاهل اذا حد خايف على ولده، مثلا ولده ما يكون مدرك لحواسه ومعاهم مساعدين، فما تقدر تثق يعني بهذا المساعدين، ممكن ايضا الجهاز يساعد في ان ينبه الابوين او الوالدين ان ترى ولدك ممكن تعرض الى خطر معين، تاكد مع المساعد او تاكد مع الشخص اللي معه. بالاضافه الى منظمي الفعاليات الرياضيه نفس ما شفنا احنا في ماراثون اريدو او اسباير مثلا، في حال اذا بينظمون اي فعاليات رياضيه او بشكل عام. بالنسبه للهاردوير اللي استخدمنا روزبري باي 5 والسنس هات والرازبري مونيتور وال 4 جي جي ان اس اس والهارت ريت. بالنسبه للام بي في اللي عندنا هو شغال 10/10 يعني، اللهم ان ناقصه بعض الحساسات اللي احنا كان ودنا نضيفها، نفس الجي اس ار والاي ام جي، بس إنه ما كان في ستوك في السوق يعني. بالنسبه للمشاكل اللي واجهناها، المشاكل اللي كلنا نواجهها الحين، اللي هو انه ما في ستوك للقطع بسبب الشورتج العالمي في المكونات الالكترونيه. ومستقبل المشروع ممكن ان احنا كان ودنا نحط عليه اي هات بحيث ان نحلل البيانات، ولكن ايضا ما كان متوفر بسبب الشورتج يعني. التصميم ممكن يكون اصغر، ممكن يكون على 7 انش او 6 انش اذا كان المونيتور متوفر يعني. في حد قاعد يغير؟ طبعا كان ممكن ربطه على منصه سحابيه كلاود، انه يكون عندنا الداتا كلها موجوده ونقدر نحللها اول باول. شكرا. بالمناسبة عشان ما انسى، هذا بروتوتايب جيتك اللي شاركنا فيه هاكاثون الشفلح، وهذا النموذج الجديد. وين راح الصوت؟ في الجبهة الثانية. هذا النموذج قبل النهائي يعني، على فكرة منتج جاهز يعني، M5 سيك. إذا في أي أسئلة احنا جاهزين.
سمعت اسئله الفرقه اللي قبل.
نعم شيخ.
لجنة الحكم any questions؟
عندنا الهارت ريت تتركب سواء على المعصم او على الشست. ممكن ايضا نجرب الجهاز، تمسك لي ذي يعني، في حال اذا كان عندنا اي بيتش نسوي له كاليبريت. الاصفر هو تحذير، ولكن الاحمر فانت دخلت مرتفعة الخطر وممكن ان يوصل لنا الرساله الحين.
بس لو سمحت عندي سؤال الحين، انا شفت في عندك واجد وصلات، هل فكرت في السنسرز اذا هو طاح ومثلا واحده من الوصلات انقطعت ايش بتسوي؟
بالضبط. احنا
هل في plan B؟
هالمشكله عندنا الحين.
نعم.
بس هو بروتوتايب يعني.
زين يعني في باك اب اذا في ما في واير يشتغل على طول على الوايرلس او الجي بي اس
الجي بي اس.
الجي بي اس
اذا ما كان متوفر ممكن انه على طول يشبك على
يعني فكرتوا بالباك اب بلانز؟
طبعا طبعا. هذه الرساله توها الحين وصلت. SOS رساله وفيها اللوكيشن، وفي حال اذا كنا مثلا بيسمنت او شيء ممكن انه يشبك على البرج ويعطينا المعلومات.
الله يعطيكم الصحه والعافيه. برزنتيشن جدا رائع الصراحه، وانا يمكن شهادتي مجروحه يعني فيك يا احمد وفي الجماعه اللي معاك والاخ محمد، لان شهدت يعني ما شاء الله شغلكم الجبار، وما شاء الله يعني فوزكم في المختلف المسابقات في الهاكاثونز ومراحل تطوير المشروع. فانا جدا سعيد الصراحه بالمرحله اللي وصلتوا لها في هذا المشروع. انا كان سؤالي الاول اللي هو هل انتم جربتوه على ارض الواقع؟ والحمد لله انه يعني تمت تجربه الحين فشفته على ارض الواقع، فلغى السؤال الاول، لكن ما خلصت اسئلتي فعندي سؤال ثاني. الله يسلمك. الحين انا شفت ما شاء الله البرزنتيشن، بس سؤال مهم جدا يمكن يتراود عند المستخدمين مثل هذا الجهاز هو السعر. يعني مثل هذا الجهاز كم ممكن ينطرح في السوق؟
بالنسبه للسعر احنا في جيتك المشروع الاول يعني اللي هو جيتك احنا استهدفنا 2 إلى 3 دولار. كان الجهاز جدا بسيط، هو حجم الكوين، وممكن انه يعني ما يباع، هو يتوزع ممكن المؤسسات اللي ترعى ذوي الاحتياجات الخاصه انها تشتريهم وتوزع على شو اسمه. اما بالنسبه للجيتك بلس لان فيها سنجل بورد كمبيوتر وفيها مجموعه كبيره من يعني السنسورات ال4G والGNS، هذه يرفع السعر وايد. ففي حاليا سعرها حول ال 1000 ريال، يعني بالكومبوننت 1000 ريال حوالي او 1500 على حسب الماونت والهذا. ولكن في المنتج النهائي هذا راح يقل، يعني ممكن حتى نستخدم المايكرو كنترولر بدال السنجل بورد كمبيوتر، فممكن السعر وايد يقل.
يعطيكم العافيه. مشروع جدا طيب صراحه، يستهدف فئه مهمه بالنسبه لنا كجانب رياضي، لكن سؤال انت تتكلم انه يستخدم لجميع افراد المجتمع صحيح؟ لكن اخونا محمد شارك فيه في جانب رياضي مثلا. طيب في الماراثونات العالميه او الماراثونات المحليه بشكل عام نتكلم عن مثلا عوامل الطقس، في حال نزول المطر لا سمح الله او شيء على الشخص نفسه مع استخدام الكهربائيات الزائده اللي موجوده، كيف طريقه الحمايه للمشروع نفسه للمستخدم؟
اكيد في الفاينل برودكت بيكون يعني IP يعني سيرتيفيكيت اكيد يعني، بس طبعا الموضوع يبي له تطوير طويل
أكيد. بس انت تعرف انت تتكلم عن مشروع اذا بينزل السوق تتكلم عن عوامل جويه، لابد انك تاخذ احتياطك في كل الاحوال.
يراعي كل شيء الى جانب انه بيكون في سنسر ايضا للرين، ممكن انه هو يكتشف انه فعلا حاليا في مطر، فايضا احد السنسرات اللي كنا ودنا نضيفها ولكن ما كان متوفر.
الله يقويكم ان شاء الله، بالتوفيق يا رب.
في اسئله؟
في اسئله؟ عندي سؤال اخير. اول شيء يعطيكم العافيه.
الله يعافيك.
كان سؤالي ان هذا الجهاز يركب على اي نوع كراسي يعني؟
على اي ويل شير.
راعيتوا الحجم في اذا كان ويل شير مثلا حق طفل مثلا بيكون حجمه اصغر، بيكون حجم الجهاز؟
صحيح، الجهاز حاليا هو بروتوتايب، ولكن في المرحله النهائيه راح يوصل حجمه صغير جدا، حتى يعني جيتك
هاي الشاشه.
اي هذا المشروع القديم اللي هو جيتك البسيط، فحجمه كان كبير والحين صار اصغر وبيصير اصغر بعد، بيصير حجم النص ريال يعني، ممكن تمسكين عادي.
ممتاز، الله يعطيكم العافيه.
الله يعافيك.
Thank you group 3 for your excellent work. Thank you. Let us now invite group 4. Group 4. تفضلوا. ساعد محمد من هذا الاتجاه اذا بدك. Group 4 ready? Welcome group 4.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. معكم نورة. بدأت بفكرة مشروعنا اللي هي ريكفر ووك من خلال تجربة حقيقية. دكتوري في الجامعة كان يلعب بفريق الجامعة وللأسف انكسرت رجله واضطر انه يسوي عملية جراحية. بعد العملية الجراحية كان في فترة إعادة تأهيل. هالفترة كان يواجه الدكتور صعوبة بين انه يسوي بالانس بين شغله وبين جلسات العلاج الطبيعي والزيارات المتكررة إلى الدكتور، إضافة إلى ذلك العبء المادي والعبء الزمني. من هني بدينا فكرة ريكفر ووك، منتج بسيط وسهل وما يكلف وبيساعد من خلاله أخصائيين اللي هم الفيزيوثيرابيست، أخصائي العلاج الطبيعي والمريض نفسه. المشكلة you can go the next go the other. المشكلة اللي نواجهها نفس ما قلت إن بعد العمليات الجراحية تتطلب تقييمات. التقييم عادة يكون بصري أو سريري، وهي طرق تكون ذاتية وتختلف من أخصائي إلى آخر، إضافة إلى أنها تتطلب زيارات نفس ما قلت متكررة للمرافق الصحية. طبعا هاي يزيد العبء الزمني والتكلفة المادية على المريض. الحلول التقنية المتاحة، طبعا في حلول بس المتاحة لتقييم المشي تكون مرتفعة التكلفة غالبا، مما يحد من استخدامها على نطاق واسع. مشروعنا اللي هو ريكفر ووك يوفر نظام طبعا نفس ما قلنا بتكلفة منخفضة، تحليل باستخدام كاميرا الارديو كام يكشف مؤشرات ما نقدر نشوفها بالعين المجردة، ويسهل عملية التقييم في وقت وجيز. هاي يساعد طبعا أخصائي العلاج الطبيعي.
السلام عليكم، معكم حصة إبراهيم الكواري، طالبة هندسة كمبيوتر في جامعة قطر. بتكلم عن الجزء الهاردوير وتنفيذ المشروع من ناحية السوفت وير. من ناحية الهاردوير استعملنا الراسبيري باي فيرجن 5 واستعملنا السكرين مونيتور للراسبيري باي واستعملنا الارديو كام. يعتمد المشروع على استعمال الارديو كام، تم تثبيتها بزاوية لتلتقط المريض أثناء المشي على جهاز المشي بزاوية واضحة ودقيقة. ومن ناحية السوفت وير استعملنا مكتبات مثل اوبن سي في وباي كاميرا لتلتقط وتخرج النقاط الرئيسية في الجسم، خصوصا الجزء السفلي من الجسم. هذا البرنامج هذا الجهاز والمشروع يساعد أخصائي العلاج الطبيعي على متابعة حالة المريض بشكل أدق وأفضل.
السلام عليكم، معكم نعمة، طالبة هندسة صناعية ونظم المعلومات في جامعة قطر. بكلمكم عن أهم التحديات اللي واجهناها في الهاكاثون. سلايدي وين؟ أهم تحدي واجهناه أكبر تحدي كان اللي هو أن نتحول من فكرة إلى نموذج أولي في أقل من 48 ساعة، وهذا ساعدنا نتخذ قرارات أسرع ودقيقة. والتحدي الثاني كان اللي هو قدرنا نتعامل مع أخطاء النظام الغير متوقعة في تحديد النقاط المرجعية في جسم الإنسان، خصوصا الجزء السفلي. والتحدي الثالث اللي هو كان النقاط المرجعية في جسم الإنسان. وأخيراً قيود الوقت حدت من إمكانية اختبار هذا الجهاز على المرضى. وفي النهاية هذه التحديات ساعدتنا نتخطى الحواجز والعقوبات ونكون أكثر تكيف في إنجاح هذا المشروع.
In the future, we plan to enhance the system by using tiny machine learning, which allows intelligent movement analysis to run directly on lower-cost devices. This means that the system can deliver more precise, accurate, and reliable motion tracking without relying on expensive hardware and constant internet access. The system will analyze patient movement over time and suggest personalized rehab exercises based on the individual's performance and recovery. We will also be creating an application that's monitored, and doctors, along with athletes and individuals, can use it. Looking further ahead, we will integrate this device by doing wearable rehab devices. This means that we will create smart insoles with built-in sensors, and it will easily connect to the Raspberry Pi. It can also be adjustable with movement angles and patient needs. Similar solutions do exist, but not like this. They are very expensive, which limits whoever can benefit from it. Our long-term goal is to turn this into a free and accessible application that can be used by elderlies and children with gait problems. We believe rehab technology should not be a luxury. It should be available to those who need it at most. Here we have a meeting that we did with a physiotherapist at Aspatar. Next slide. Next. There's no thank you? Thank you guys so much. Are there any questions?
Any questions from the judge panel? No questions. All right. Thank you so much, Group 4. Thank you. So the last is Group 5. Welcome, Group 5. ما شاء الله البنات نسبة المشاركة عندنا بالبنات فظيعة. amazing amazing. والكومنتمنت تبعهم كان شيء يعني رائع. كل يوم دوام، أخروا التيم لل10 بالليل تيخلصوا شغل. amazing عن جد. أيوة. أحسنت. أحسنت. هلا صار لازم نركز على الشباب نستقطبهم. صحيح 100%. Group 5 ready?
قلت لكم حسان خلتش هني تمي اوكي منكم تمي حسان
Start the introduction. وين اللي غير السلايد؟ Sorry اللي غير السلايد. Can you move the slide? وين ايش بدك؟
اي اللي غير السلايد.
أول شيء السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Good afternoon everyone. Today we will be presenting a project that we've been working on for the past 2 days. Our project name is called AtmosSync. Meet our team. Before we dive in our project, I would like to introduce the people behind this project. Firstly, my name is Sheikha Roueli. I'm an artificial intelligence student and I have developed skills in programming and machine learning. Nextly, I would like to introduce you to my friend.
Hello, my name is Chada Thamna and I'm a mechatronics engineering student and my skills are automation and robotics. And lastly,
I am Ihsan. I'm a communication engineering student, and I have developed skills in programming and digital designing.
So, the big idea, what exactly is AtmosSync? AtmosSync is an adaptive atmospheric system that regulates temperature and humidity regarding the athlete's preferences due to in the middle of the competition field. So why did we choose AtmosSync? Our device syncs the indoor atmosphere with real competition conditions, allowing athletes to train better rather than underperform. So what is our problem? The problem we are tackling is that many athletes, as you can see in the photo on the left side, many athletes underperform because they can't adapt to foreign weather conditions.
So who we are really helping, our target audience are athletes, sport teams, training centers, and gyms.
So our smart solution. Firstly, the solution that we have provided for the user is that it is user-centered solution. The system is fully customizable by the user with using the app. Secondly, the IoT integration, the Internet of Things. Sensors are connected to an ESP32 controller that collects data. Thirdly, it's efficient, it has efficient coding. So by that, I mean the ESP32 is programmed in C++ language, so to ensure reliable and fast performance. And lastly, it's an interactive control. It has an interactive control system, meaning users can monitor live readings and control the system in real time.
Now we will have a look in our process for the past 2 days.
Okay, so now for the tech and tools that we use, for the hardware components, we use ESP controller as the main controller, a fan, a DHT22, servo motor, a humidifier, and a glass box to the atmosphere of the indoor court.
As for the software tools, we used Arduino to control and code our electric components, Figma and Blink as designing websites. As you can see here, our app we have developed completely in Figma how the user will interact with his device from finding his device, then customize the perfect condition he wants to train on, setting, for example, the temperature and the power fan.
Dashboard.
And as for the Blink, we used it to design the dashboard, which will show the general settings of the room, for example, also the oxygen rate and the temperature.
Now we will look at the software prototype using the Arduino IDE. So this is the program application that we have used to program the ESP32 controller and connect also the sensors in it.
And now for the hardware prototype. So we mainly use ESP32 for the main controller, and we connected the sensors to the ESP32. And this white thing is the design of our system, and the fan here. So the fan and the humidifier are going to work how it depends on the athlete's customization from the app.
So this is our project. The glass provides an atmosphere, such as like a court or a sport hall, and whatsoever. And the white device is our AtmosSync device. You can see the fan, and you can see when we run the code. خلاص, leave it. It's going to turn.
Okay, so for conclusion, AtmosSync. Oh, sorry. For the future of our project, we're gonna build a heart rate monitor module to track psychological data, and for the athlete performance data, is gonna be analyzed by support performance evaluation and interfacing sensors with monitoring systems through location services, weather apps, digital health application. This is how we're gonna develop our system in the future. And for conclusion, Atmos Sync is a customized temperature and humidity based on individual athlete needs, while other teams help athletes train harder. We help them to train smarter by preparing them for the environment they will compete in. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Any questions?
Do you have any questions?
Thank you very much for the beautiful presentation and the idea. So just to, for me to understand it better, so is your idea, and if we can go back to the slide where you mentioned the problem that you're trying to solve, but is your idea basically a wearable for the athlete to control the temperature, or is it in an enclosed system where you control the humidity inside this controlled room or controlled, what is it? I'm still confused.
Okay. So this system is mainly designed for indoor courts for athletes that train inside.
So it's a system for the closed
Yes, it's indoor.
Okay, court.
Yes.
It's not a wearable device where it can control.
You can use it in gyms, like gyms, or
gym halls.
You can even use it as
but not something that an athlete will wear.
No.
No, it's not wearable.
Okay.
For now, it's not wearable. In the future, as we said, we're gonna connect a heart monitor to it.
Okay, perfect. So my question is, how is your system different than what's existing today, where there is a lot of indoor courts are equipped with so many humidity control system, where it controls the air conditioning, controls the temperature, that are equipped with sensors. So how is your system different than what's existing?
Our system is fully customized by the athlete. There is no system in the world right now that an athlete can customize it by whatever he wants. You can customize the fan power, the humidity, the
You can customize it as to your preferences, your individual preferences, yes.
Okay, then I have a follow-up question to that.
What is it?
Okay. For me, at least, I don't know about the rest of my colleagues here in the jury, but I don't get along well with my colleagues at work, okay? There is always somebody who's either hot or there is another who's always cold. And we always fight against, raise the temperature or lower the temperature. So when you say that it's based on the athlete, what about the other athletes? Like if one athlete is hot and the other athlete is not that hot, how does your system control this?
Okay, so if there is many athletes in one court, mainly the coach is gonna set the settings for the room, okay? And it's based on the condition of the foreign country they're gonna be the competition in.
So it's like it's set on the location.
Yeah.
Where you're going to be performing the sport.
Yeah, but for individuals, you can customize it on whatever you want. You can even use it in rooms, as far as it's a closed place. It has to be a closed place. Even if you're just training by yourself, you can still use it and customize it by yourself.
Okay, I'm still a little bit confused, because when you say it's based on the foreign country, the foreign country season changes. So sometimes in a season it's summer, it's hot, another season it's cold, same country.
Yeah.
But we're talking about like an enclosed court system, right?
Yes.
So it doesn't matter what's outside. What matters is what the temperature is inside.
Yeah, but they're training for a foreign country. That's why they're going to customize it based on the foreign country's weather.
Yes,
they're going to be competing in.
As I have mentioned in the app, we can customize the app where's the city we will go to combine it, and the season. If you can see here, we can select the season, either summer, spring, fall, winter, like that. And the temperature and the humidity will be generate with this temperature in that city.
And she means
that
that
fall. Yeah,
she
in
means
that,
that
season, sorry.
the system is programmable by the place you're going to be competing in, the competition you're going to be competing in. That's why we added.
Right there.
That's why we added. That's why we added on the app that you can choose competition country, choose competition season. So it's basically it's a system that is programmed to where you're going to be training in. Yes.
So you're adjusting
Yes.
the condition.
We're adapting the temperature in regarding the athletes.
What it will be when you go to another country.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So while you're going to go and compete to, let's say, for example, China or somewhere else other than Qatar, you're going to use the app. You're gonna program. You're gonna choose the country, choose the season, and it's going to be adjusted, regarding your preferences and regarding where you're going to competing in.
Okay. I got it.
That's why it's called Atmos Sync.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So thank you, Group 5. Thank you so much. We look forward to seeing your solutions take center stage next week at the Sports Festival at Aspire Zone on February 8th. We extend our sincere gratitude to Sheikh Mohammed Al Thani, President of the 321 Museum and Aspire Zone, for their invaluable support and for granting the AI and Internet of Things hackathon participants the opportunity to showcase their innovative solutions on National Sport Day. So if you want to go and see the prototypes, you are welcome to join on 8th of February, the Sport Day. Okay, so we take 1 minute to finalize the evaluation. You done? Done? All? Okay. So now, wow. So everybody now waiting for the winner. Actually, I'm very enthusiastic for all of them, but we have only one winner, right, Mustafa? Okay. So the winning team is Group 3. Ms. Duha, please join us on stage. ألف مبروك جروب 3. يعطيكم ألف عافية. I would like to invite the judging panel to join us on stage for a group photo. صورة للذكرى عشان نتذكر هذا اليوم الرائع. تفضلوا. 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 تفضل. ما تحب الصور؟ الشباب ما يكونوا مغطين على يلا سكروا. ايوه نزلوا حالكم شوي. ايوه نزلوا عشان الصورة، عشان اللي وراكم يبينوا. نزلوا شوي. العافيه. شكرا. خلصنا؟ يعطيكم الف عافيه، ما قصرتوا. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mustafa. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Now, Ms. Duha, please join us to give certificates to the rest of the groups, okay? Group 1, Group 4, Group 2, Group 5.
I would like to say one last message for everyone that you are all winner and you are welcome to join Studio 5 Academy to continue with your projects. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Ms. Duha. So group number 1, Ziad Muhammad. إبراهيم رضا. أنس بكري. جروب 2 العنود العلوي. العنود. شهد صالح. مريم. اسمع الزقفة للصبايا وللشباب، وين الحماس؟ شو خلاص؟ أديشري. مازن غلبان. مازن. عبد الرحمن أبو زور. أحمد محمد علي. عبد الله المهندي. الشام محمد. نورة المفلحي. نورة. نورة تفضلي. حصة الكواري. نعمة مصلح. إحسان عز الدين. شيخ الرويلي. شذا. يعطيك العافية بس ضحاها. Thank you. Thank you everyone. Special thanks to Studio 5 team, the outstanding team. Thank you so much everyone. Thank you. محمد، جواد، إلاريا، زيد، محمود، سمية، ليلى, all of you. Thank you. Photo for all. Photo for all groups. Please come join us on stage. Photo. يلا.
الو. اسمح احلى تصفيقه حق استوديو 5 يستاهلون. مستر جواد، مستر محمد، مستر من؟ نسيت اسمك والله. زيد ومحمد، استاذه داليا، يعطيكم العافيه. واللي نسيناه السموحه.